Peace, African. You let our family know what's really going on out here and what we need to do. That time is upon us. It's the time of decision.
The revolution, you eliminate confusion. And my ancestors said you might be the solution. Help us get free so we can build the institutions. Curry we lose and see the children reproducing. They looking up the rappers, drug dealers, and the crackers. It's like another brother, ain't no scrapping, they just clap him. This cracker want it all. He don't do too well with fractions. I subtract him from the planet when I hit him with the magnum. They wrote our history in stone, but did they ever fathom black? Women turning dyke black, men turning faggot black. Manhood is gone, disappeared like magic. Ramali Graham, Trayvon Martin, we dying tragic. Brothers getting shot for a pair of joints. How we getting free when getting fresh seeming more important? Brothers in Chicago kill each other over nothing. Brothers in the Congo kill each other over nothing. Brothers in New York kill each other over nothing. When it's time to kill this cracker, none of y'all gonna push the button. Too busy playing Xbox, too busy getting flooded. All y'all running when the enemy's confronted. We dying by the thousands, but we fighting by the hundreds. Freedom, there's a small amount of us who really want it. Haunted by the ghost of Leopold, misery is cold. Look a man in his eye, you can see his soul. Is he built for the battlefield? Go out and kill a devil, will he rap or tattletale? I love the smell when the bullet come out the shell. No mercy for my enemies, this devil can rot in hell. If you supposed to be conscious, prepare for the conflict. Wanna talk metaphysics and all that nonsense. Big words with no conscience. Throw them Bobby Hemmett DVDs in the garbage. Caution to the brother who was all about flossing. We all pay the cost for this world that you lost in. If you the dawn like you saying in your song, then your job to represent the hood, Mr. Boss Man. You look soft, taking flip-flops off. How you gon' hold it down when it pops off? Now you laying on the ground with your lip popped off. Or a brother like myself smack your lip gloss off. You claim you want freedom from this European. Just because you vegan doesn't make me a believer. You better get a heater and be working on your EVA. You don't become a freedom fighter cause you eat quinoa. Standing still, letting time just breeze by. Disconnect yourself from the roots, then the trees die. Ain't no revolution if we don't create the culture. Just a bunch of people yelling, standing still like sculpture. But if every brother grabbed the 9 and started shooting up crackers, that'll put him in line. But if every brother grabbed the 9 and started shooting up crackers, that'll put him in line. The revolution. That's the solution. Yeah. Let's go.
I would like to make a few comments concerning the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution.
Yes.
There's a difference. Are they both the same? And if they're not, what is the difference? What is the difference between a Black Revolution and a Negro Revolution? What is a revolution? Sometimes I'm inclined to believe that many of our people are using this word revolution loosely.
Yo, brother, why we climbing this mountain? Because our ancestor Ake Khufu traveled thousands of miles. And our ancestors took civilization from here all the way to what we call Kemet today, where the Arabs have invaded and ruled. Yes. And our ancestor Khufu and Narma, who opened the first dynastic period, said there must be a 26th dynastic period. Only way to get there is for Africans from around the world who care about our people, who hate our enemy, kill and destroy. To get there, we gotta climb this mountain, go back to our ancestors. So we gotta go. We with you, brother. Sitting at the foothills of the mountains of the moon, staring at the horizon, the war is coming soon. Sitting thinking and contemplating how black power moves. Still gotta take the time to watch the flowers bloom while you saving up dough Trying to buy a car, I'm investing in gold bars. I'm trying to buy a farm. The elder barber told me you can never be a man if you can't grow your own food, so buy your own land. I'm building my own home with my own hands, buying an arsenal to supply the whole fam. I'm going back to the motherland, reconnect with the brothers and bring it back to the structure cracking like rubber bands. I'm in Uganda in the city of Kampala, talking black economics and how to make $1 million. Made it to the top of the mountain and saw the landscape. You shaking with my words because I'm firm, just like a handshake. Crackers want to try to stop the movement like a handbrake. It's the ancestral spirits that give this man strength. African insurrection music, united front is the vanguard of the movement.
Hey, my ancestral spirits is talking to me. 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 Yes.
Sitting at the top of the mountain, beating the djembe. Thinking about the brothers on the block like a Kenbei. Training deep meditation like a sensei. Rocking dashikis made out of kente. Feeling proud, looking down at the clouds. Always standing on my square, never dropping my crown. Building with the elders, 1 foot in the now. It's my duty to protect the black woman and child. Yeah, ready to grow like I'm a Carl Cabral. My body is my temple, Taj Mahal. See, my mind is the monument. Words are the documents containing the wisdom to teach the populace about the right devils, the European apocalypse. Grabbing machetes for me to chop them with. Got the black 9, yeah, and I'm cocking it. Loaded with hollow tips ready for me to pop them with.
My ancestor spirits is talking to me. My ancestor spirits is talking to me. My ancestor spirits is talking to me. My ancestor spirits is talking to me.
It takes over for God. It takes over for people. It takes over for the ancestors. There's only one person left in the end. That's the warriors. Yeah. Let me take you to the finish line.
Made it to the top of the mountain and got initiated into a brotherhood of stone cold liberators. Took an oath, the way to be infiltrated, and choose my weapon, the black or the nickel plated. I break this oath, may I die hard from death. My ancestors, may they guide my steps, and I'ma fight like I'm the last one left. My heart too big, it might collapse my chest. With the spirit of Desaline, I'm clean, no weed and nicotine, no cocaine, crack, no dope or promethazine. This cracker is a demon, but you acting like a diva. Like woman is a goddess, almighty queen of Sheba. Just trying to live without her, that'll make you a believer. Like my action keep me balanced with the scale like a Libra. Gotta be a good example, brother, see me as a leader. But don't try to twist the meaning if you see me in the beamer, cause you know I got the heater. Getting that work in, sweating by the leader, cause I'm shaking and I'm feeling just to hear a cracker screaming.
Yeah.
Begging and pleading for his life, then I'm poking with this knife and leave him leaking. I'm fully dedicated to African liberation, cause I'm patient, cause I know it takes time to build a nation. I'm fully dedicated to African liberation, cause I'm patient, cause I know it takes time to build a nation.
My ancestor spirits is talking to me. My ancestor spirits is talking to me. My ancestor spirits is talking to me. My ancestor spirits is talking to me.
If you stand here at the mountains of the moon, you should feel, really embrace the time journey towards the journey of standing horizontal. And you right inside the pyramid, the original pyramid in this one, standing in the pyramid.
Yes.
And there are actually 3 of them to compare with the 3 kings. The 3 kings. Now, underneath this pyramid is a lake shaped like the shape of Africa. And what that tells you with this lake shaped like Africa is to say, as you remember the pyramid, as you remember classical African history, as you remember your great achievement, just to know that you are doing it in the name of Africa and for the greatest good of African.
I'm in a revolutionary mood today, so y'all just gonna have to rock with me until we get started, all right? Because I'm on one today. Yes.
I got some neighbors and here's what they telling me. They'd rather be selling D or committing some felonies. Then we out to this brain, it's to them that we hella weak, cause we should beat the cancel this shit to us until they bleed. Fell asleep with the wheel. From there I'm smoking weed and pills, and everybody else is praying hope for people we should kill. Traitors kept this a secret. People, they ain't really down to sing and dance of power now, and they keep it up in the house. What you afraid of? Our neighbors who dying slow, so scared.
Yeah.
is target and find a road, but go ahead and come after me, cause I'm after them. But first, go out to look around and see what's still happening, cause I can't watch these kids die and then lie like I give a fuck and not do a fucking thing, but lie down like I given up. So grab a gun if you ready. We gripping on the machete. For anybody involved, we got a problem. Yeah, where you at? Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Listen, kill them all. Yes, kill them all. Yes, kill them all. Yes, come on. We stay running, gunning, bucking for the struggle,
scrapping for our dignity till we
bloody up these knuckles.
Our protectors got power flowing like an ancient stream.
Come on.
They ghosts and violators
Like it's the fucking routine.
Now this savage act of freedom
Might be seeming extreme,
but I ain't losing one more soul
to these booze with amphetamines.
When I was a young so
Almost lost my fucking mind. Didn't recognize my purpose. Didn't value my life.
Propaganda
Almost had me convinced that I was worthless. But if I kill myself, I'd just be doing them a service.
We can never live
Free while this land remains stolen.
Concrete buffers the earth, so it's like
Her breath she be holding.
We can't breathe until she breathes, so you know how we be rolling. Civilization brought the illness, rap revenge, and screams the realness. Seems like damn,
Come on.
Till the lungs are fucking
Shallow.
We don't miss a single target
When we aiming from the shadows. Where you motherfuckers? Come on, girl.
We on the front lines, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Yes.
Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
To be living free. Man, that's right, man. Show me your war face. I'm dripped up in war paint, baby. Let's go. She killed that. Hey. Hey. This is a Palestinian friend of mine.
My experience is saving your land. My heart makes me feel proud. The devil, I fight it with my right stand. When I'm keeping one soul this land. But now listen, let's realize, understand the government lies. Our nation under divide, so they call the sword. The strategy is separation and they're making us fall. He made the law to protect and serve the dirty deeds. Made a profit off of profits. They got rich for free. The hits and the breeze. He do it to deceive. Perception is bliss for faded. So don't you dare believe the fruit at the tip of the tree. It's always falls to reach. But it's the rappers of them all. Gotta work hard to get a piece.
Occupy Unite, time to put up a fight. Homeland Security. Occupy Unite, time to put up a fight. Hey. Occupy Unite, time to put up a fight. Occupy Unite, gotta put up a fight. But you never reach a height when you see the world in a different vision. Listen life cause you dream. See me, I realize the lies are trying to disguise. Such a demise of my trying to make us survive. The way they come, put all the pride. We rise up above, everybody's driven by hate. But fighting with love, feel like I'm the only thing I represent in this piece. Music is my only weapon, I'm resurrecting the streets. Let's take a second to feet, and then a minute too fast. Cause they can never defeat what we did in the past. It's time to occupy Unite, gotta put up a fight. Occupy Unite, gotta put up a fight. Occupy Unite, gotta put up a fight. Occupy Unite,
unite, gotta put up a fight.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey.
Tight to hide the truth from your eyeballs. The masses keep napping, snacking on some nights.
Come on.
You can sit back and you can fight, y'all.
How many rights I got to take away to ignite, y'all?
Cats live a lifetime in pitch black and never got taught the right spot.
Yeah.
This at quick clap. Nah, you got hit, then you hit back. And if you downtrodden and you pissed, then you get that. Yeah, they too busy with the telly, busy living life online, addicted to the celly, busy buying nonsense that the corporation's selling, busy being cheap and doing what the shepherd tell them. You can speak, just keep it quiet. You can think what your thoughts have already been decided. Don't believe what you thought, just seek the truth and find it. Don't believe the hype or let your path be misguided.
Occupy, unite, gotta put up a fight.
You know that's right.
Occupy, unite, gotta put up a fight.
You know that's right.
Occupy, unite, gotta put up a fight.
You know that's right.
Occupy, unite, gotta put up a fight.
You know that's right.
Tonight, corner enemies.
All right, 2 more and we done. This is to the Orisha. This is a friend of mine from Tampa. This is Gumbi Ortiz in the Latino Project. Mojuba, this is my shit. Oyoba, Oyoba. Hey, Mojuba. Oyoba, Oyoba, Oyoba. Let's go. Oyoba, Oyoba.
Un saludo a todos los orishas.
Yes.
Y gracias a ellos ganamos la admiración. Nosotros heredamos y tenemos la dicha. Y a la vez mantenemos viva la tradición. Oyuba, la roye, oyuba.
Larissa.
Y para como Yuba, y para como Yubara, con respeto y amor a Dios y dioses, le preparamos esta humilde canción. También unimos nuestras voces para que el mundo entero siga abriendo tu corazón. Voy a la vida, Santa Teresa, Santa Bárbara, bendita, llena de fe.
Batala, Aosun, Elegba, Aosi, Ayayo,
Yeah. We are the breakers of curses,
the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. Let's go. Let's go. Hey. I am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother's body. Entry into this life, I am divine because she is divine. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on she who governs everything, all time and every space in between. She with 1,000 names. The diet is Oya, the usher inside the new age. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the usher of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Woo! We the mother's divine children conspire together today to forever divine. Those who have or would harm you, great mother. We conspire together today to destroy everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Yes. Today, we embody the sacred blood power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Yes. We the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. We are mothers, children, winds of change. We conjure the primordial serpent. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courage. Let's go. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. We have the power, we have the voice, we are the portals of change. We give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. We come on, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring them in their confusion and war to one end. Spread them to a big line, you never be resurrect. This is the time of recline and reclamation and the restoration of heaven and of the mother's divine merit. Love unlimited is a destiny. Loving is a destiny. Excess is a destiny. Pleasure is a destiny. Freedom is a destiny. This is our divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout time, all space, and all dimensions. Forever and ever, mommy and I are. All right, family. We up in here. Okay. This is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I can see right now, this here, what's his name? Al Gore's internet is about to start playing with my emotions. Okay. But anyway, we up in here. I'm so glad to see you all. And y'all, I'm glad y'all rocked with me through my little revolutionary my little revolutionary DJ minute. Put on some Nigerians. I've been working on an artistic project all day, so I ain't even come up in here and girly myself up. Greetings, everybody. Let's see who up in the room. Dogma369, that's a dope ass name. Oh, okay. I see that. Java Watson, thank you for the donation. Nina La Negra, I saw you made a donation too. After I got off the call the other night on my Zelle, thank you for that. Daniela Elevates 1111, let's go. Shy Boy Shades, let's go. I was thinking about you yesterday, man. Consider the mango. Everybody that's up in the room thus far. So I will ask you to take a minute and share the link on your on your social media. Share the link, share the live. Share the link, share the live. And then also, I will go ahead and do my little housekeeping. So if you would like to contribute to the growing and building of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, oh my gosh. I just had a thought. Damn, man. So you can do that several ways. You can support via Cashapp, which is $DaughterOfTheFates, and which I was informed yesterday that you can actually scan the code on here. So that's dope. So I'll leave that there for a second. You can also use the email address for the temple, which is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. And you can use that email address to send a PayPal or a Zelle. Rico. You can also use that email to book a reading for either 30 minutes or an hour. Here is the Venmo method of support, which is Cassandra-Floyd or the QR code. And last but not least, the Zelle, which again is the temple's email address, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. It's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. So also I started another goal at the top of the hour. Java Watson was the first to cast her lot. So this goal is different than the last two that I have done. The reward, if this goal is met, is for everyone who participates to receive half off a 30-minute divination. Half off. So all you have to do is donate $5 or more. $5 or so. Let me do it this way. What I will do is if we meet the goal of 20 people making a super chat, super thanks, this and that and this and that in the live, if we meet the goal of 20 folks making $5 or more super chat, super thanks. If we meet the goal, anybody that contacts me through that email address will get half off of their divination session. Those that contribute will definitely get half off of a 30-minute divination. So if you contribute at all, I will give you half off for a 30-minute divination to use anytime you want, no expiration date. But if the goal is met of 20 people making a contribution of $5 or more, then I will go ahead and do a flat, straight out. Oh my God, this shit is about to piss me off. Straight up, half off divination for everybody. Let's see here. Yeah, and everything is. This sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. This is annoying, and I'm gonna have to do something about it. I can't keep saying I'll have to do something about it. I gotta do something about it. Well, I guess it'll be resolved in a minute. But anyway, so y'all got to struggle with me. Anyway, so that is the goal. That is the goal for this live: is 20 people making a contribution of $5 or more. This is so the first. Well, what I'm going to primarily be doing in this live is completing the answering of the questions from our last. This is gonna drive me crazy. Our last Q&A session. However, there were a couple of things that I wanted to discuss, read before we get into, because I do have that document up. The Q&As do have that open, but a lot has happened in 48 hours, and this is just the new norm for a while. A lot has happened in the last 48 hours, and so some of that lot, I felt like it was important for me to discuss while it's still hot on everybody's mind, because like I see it. Yeah. So I do want to do that. I don't feel like it's something that can wait, given the occurrences of the last 48 hours. I'm going to be very diligent about keeping it short, but there were a couple of things that I wanted to read to you. And then there are a couple of things that I want to talk about, kind of, like, what do you call it? Current affairs, right? So I'm going to do, because there's been something that I've been wanting to read to you guys for a minute and kept going off on other stuff. Yeah, so I'm going to do that today. And then I'm going to get right into our, your questions. Honestly, when I went back and looked at because I copied the entire comment section from the last live that we did, because I spent a very, very long time talking about like 2-3 questions. So I said I would fulfill my commitment to complete the Q&A from a day ago, 2 days ago. No, a day ago. I don't know about anybody else, but my dreams have been hella crazy. And what I mean by crazy is like intensely prophetic. I don't know about anybody else, but my dreams have been harassing me. What in the, you know what? Whatever. Anyway, let's see if we can get away with that. Yeah, I think so. Okay. So because it's August, the first thing that I wanted to do is there is a section, and I had gone pretty deep into it before, but on my diatribe about what's his name, Soul Invictus. Remember for a couple. Oh my God. For a couple of months. This is annoying. For a couple of months. Ooh, how's my feed coming through? Because this shit is dragging like crazy for me, and it's about to annoy the fuck out of me. It really is. As a matter of fact, let me try this. I don't know if it's I don't know if that's going to make any difference at all or not, but I think that's actually, it's fine that way. Okay, it's dragging like hell here. It's annoying me to no end. But I think that's what I'm going to have to do is just find a library close and start setting out a day, like a time every day to just be there, do the live and going back home because I can't. This is too much. All right, so let's see. So anyway, I've been talking to you guys about the cult of Soul Invictus and about the importance of recognizing the way that the cult of Soul Invictus is currently showing itself, displaying itself. And for those that have a propensity to ask, why is it important? And because when you, oh my God, when you know, I'm not even going to be able to look at myself. It's dragging so bad. When you know what it is you are looking at, when you recognize the patterns, the signs, the symbols of that which has been done on repeat for a very long time, not only are you able to recognize these signs, these symbols, right, the repetitious pattern, but in conjunction with those things always accompanies the solution. See, we be so hardcore on recognizing the signs, symptoms, and symbols of oppression that we fail to recognize that at the same time that we see that, hidden within that is the solution. It's always present. I'm telling you, it's always present. And so, but you can't recognize, you cannot ascertain, you cannot come to the conclusion that tells you clearly how to resolve your contradictions, how to resolve the problems, how to contend in this game, because that's all it is to them. How to contend. You can't. So say, let me give you an analogy. Say that you are a national award-winning checkers player. Can't nobody beat you in checkers. You beat everybody from every class, from every single side of society, from the rich to the poor to the this and to that. And you are playing checkers and beating. You can see the board clearly. You can do all the things. Now imagine, because you are a national award-winning player of checkers, you think that you can go and contend with a national award winner, master of chess. You think checkers and chess are the same thing. And so you, without having any understanding of the dynamics of chess, believe that because the board may look similar, because the pieces in your mind represent the same as the little coins on the checkers board, that you have all the information that you need to dethrone someone who has mastered chess. That's a great analogy, actually, because we, the checkers players of the world, we have gotten good at playing checkers. We, in a lot of ways, have mastered checkers because we can memorize and recite the Constitution. We know how many amendments there are, what year those amendments were added to the Constitution, what were the social, political conditions that gave rise to those amendments. We know the first, middle, and last name of every representative of the House or the Senate, or we know all the things we think. We know how many representatives each state gets when it is time to vote. We know how the laws have changed over the last 150 plus years with regards to us, those of us who eventually were allowed to vote. We know what are the circumstances for how the vote has changed. We know every president that has had some impact on the vote, whether negative or positive. And so we think that because we have, quote, learned, we have, quote, mastered the adversary's presentation of democracy, checkers, because we have mastered checkers, democracy, that we are prepared to contend in chess. That's what we think. That's what we think. We think that the philosophical proclamations of democracy and all that comes with that is enough for us as masterful checkers players to contend in chess. That's what we think. That's what we think. And so every now and again, some oddball, I cannot. This cannot possibly be coming through. This cannot possibly be coming through. Am I dragging? Am I breaking up? Are you able? Because this is dragging really, really bad on my end. Really, really bad on my end. Really bad. Oh, it's enough that it's like I'm literally freezing every few seconds. And everybody's saying it's coming through fine on their end. Let's see. Let me see what else I can turn off, because this is going to drive me crazy. Nope, can't do that. Dang. Okay. That too. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, man. All right, man. Emotions. No. No. And come. Here. Let's try it like that. Because I'm going to need this, so I got to do this. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. All right. Done. All right. Done. Man, that didn't make a damn bit of difference. Oh, my God. All right, well, I'm just going to fight with it for today, and then I'll spend tomorrow trying to freaking troubleshoot this mess. Annoying. Okay? Yeah. Well, all of that. I'll just take it all off because it's just pissing me off. All right. Well, we're just going to have to keep going. Okay. So anyway, hopefully that that analogy is helpful between the difference between checkers and chess. I have played both. Checkers, I'm good at. Chess, I remain lost. My dad started trying to teach me at 8, and I just never could get it. I probably should revisit it sometime to see if my grown-up brain gets it. But anyway, the reason I'm making this analogy is because I had talked to you guys possibly ad nauseum for the last several months about this breakthrough that I had upon discovering like the history of the cult of Sol Invictus, and over the last 2,500 years, the way that that cult hides itself in plain sight, presents itself, whether subtly, insidiously, and hidden, or whether overt and violently, and depending upon what the state needs at the time, what the state needs, what the state is attempting to accomplish at any given time will determine the presentation of this cult that remains active, not just in the United States, the world over. This is what I've been trying to teach you. What did I say? What have I been saying since December 21st of last year? That no matter what I get off on, no matter what seemingly unrelated topic or subject that seems to be primary at any given time, I made the commitment on December 21st of last year that no matter what I'm talking about, no matter what is happening in the world, no matter what you hear me talking about, know that the only reason I'm talking about it is because in some way or another, it relates to this thing that must be resolved, which is our relationship to the planet Saturn, and why it has been so important for our adversary to perpetually play her in our face, perpetually, everywhere, perpetually play her in our face. There's something she wants us to know, that if we can discover the depth of what it is she's trying to show to us, we can dismantle this whole thing. I am that certain of it. The cult of Sol Invictus does not exist outside of that commitment that I made last December 21st about allowing, making the space, opening up the room in our consciousness for her to reveal herself to us. That's it. Now, with that being said, Cult of Soul Invictus, always going back to the planet Saturn, aka Great Grandmother Chrome, and it being August, and it being Black August, and it being historically not just in the Black community, but the most volatile and revolutionary month of them all in history everywhere on Earth. And with the passing of the 8/8 portal just a couple of days ago, coming to our consciousness, a thing that I never knew until this year, that August 8th, the so-called 8/8 portal, the so-called Lionsgate portal, the place, the day where the brightest star in Orion's belt, after being virtually invisible, I'm not going to be able to look at myself on the screen because this shit is pissing me off. After being virtually invisible for 48 days, makes herself known at the horizon prior to the sun coming up on August 8th, signaling the first day of the year in ancient Kemet. August 8th was the new year of ancient Kemet in adoration and worship and veneration of the goddess Sopdep, represented as the dog star Sirius, and her signaling the flooding of the Nile Valley River so that it brings nourishment, it brings the fertility and abundance. So they welcomed the flooding of the Nile, as personified by the goddess Sopdep, or as we currently know, Sirius, the arrival, the rising, or the arrival of the dog star Sirius, right? The other thing, I had a dream about this last night. Last night, it was so crazy. I had a dream about Isis, because I've been talking to y'all a lot about, these stories that kind of interweave, right? They interweave the story of Bat, the story of Hathor, the story of Isis, and the story of Ma'at in particular. Those four, quote, goddesses, the personification of those, quote, goddesses, right? All having a direct relationship with one another. And I had this dream last night because I don't think I showed you. Oh, I did maybe. I got a book because I found it on sale for like $20, which is unheard of. And it's one of the books I've been telling y'all for a long, long time. I went ahead and got the little baby version. This is the baby version. This is the baby version. But I went ahead and got it because I couldn't pass up. It was the only one they had. It was $20. So I went ahead and got it. I still want the $500 version of this book because I have seen the $500 version of this book. And so I know that in the condensed mini version, there is a lot, especially in terms of the artwork detail that you cannot get in the condensed book. But for the sake of what I'm on right now, I said, you know what, let me grab this little $20 version and put out there in the universe on a regular basis that I want the big hand-drawn artwork $500 version of this book. If anybody is feeling so generous to gift it to me, email me and I will send you my email address. In the meantime, this book, and I'm going to say one more thing before I show you this book, because I've had several people ask me every time I mention this book, every time I mention any books by like Aleister Crowley or anybody like that, I have had people ask me, what you want that book for? I've had people ask me, why don't you read more Black authors? I've had people ask me, why you reading that white people shit? I've had people ask me many different variations of that question, depending upon what book I'm referencing, what book I'm reading, or what have you. I want to say, especially now that we're in another period where these people that have positioned themselves in power over us are talking right now about, they've been talking about it actually for about the last 6 years, but y'all ain't been listening for the last 6 years about the quote Great American Reset or the Great Reset, and they've been speaking that shit like just enough for it to be mantra-esque. The reset you have been experiencing for some time. It is only just now presenting itself in like an apex presentation because of what you're experiencing with the internet, what you're experiencing with them showing you videos of these owners of AI companies going to all of these old libraries and all of these old museums and buying up original copies of some of the greatest works of this and that and this and that, and then showing you, why are they showing you this? Why are they not being secret? Why are they showing you what they're doing with the buying up of one of a kind copies or whatever, and then showing you how they're tearing the book up, tearing the spines off the book, and then feeding the book through their AI programs to quote teach the AI programs, while then after they take the torn up book, they destroy the book or they burn the book. This is what happens before every societal reset. Do you think this is the first time this has happened? No. This happened at the turn of the century, this century. This happened in the year 19. Actually, I remember because I lived it and I was conscious living it. I remember the subtle signs, though I did not have a language to articulate it, but the quote reset of the end of the 20th century began in 1996. I remember it clearly because now, being the conscious woman that I am, I can go back into my experiences of what didn't make sense to me as a child and apply this new information to that young person there and say, oh, that's what I was witnessing. We have to be doing that all the time. But I remember clearly thinking something is not right. That's what I remember thinking. Something is not right. Something has changed. That was in 1996, right? That's not the first time. There was another little mini reset, little minor reset in the year 1988. There was another. This shit happens all the time. When regime needs a facelift, when regime needs to adjust to cultural collective machinations, when somehow something shifts in the general society, and the easiest place to witness that is culturally. That's why they have their hands all up in your cultural life, bitch. It's not just, I hate it, but I'm on a diatribe, I know. But one of the things that frustrates me the most is because we do not have a historical frame of reference, and because we are denied across the board. I don't care what quality your education is, whether you have several master's degrees or PhDs, or whether you have a third grade education and are out here just working in a factory. I'm telling you, there are PhD possessing smart people in terms of what they have in their skull and do not understand the first thing about dialectics, about historical dialectics, about what all of them great socialists that you love so much called historical material dialectics, why it's been so hyper complicated so that you would shy away from it. Even those who call themselves socialists and have been so for a very long time, they do not understand the science of their own ideology. I'm telling you, it's for a reason. Because you, again, are playing checkers. And your adversary, who is always playing chess, You got checker pieces in your hands. Y'all got the same board. And on the same board, you convinced that because the board looked the same, you are convinced that you are involved in the same game, playing checkers. That you in the same game that your adversary is in, who has always been playing chess. The only reason that he can continue to play chess and devour you on the board is because of what you do not know, is because of what is hidden in plain sight, is because of what they have strategically and deliberately kept from you. And so you think y'all playing the same game, and you're not. I'm gonna tell you, all these white guys, all these nerdy ass white guys who have been talking about the Great American Reset for years, recollect, if you will, because it didn't just start with this 47th administration of your dude that's in office. It didn't start that terminology, that phrase, the Great American Reset or the Great Reset. That did not start with him. That did not start with him. You understand? And because you are all suffering from disaster amnesia, it doesn't even occur to you that 6 years ago, they were telling you in your face what their intentions were for the next decade. It doesn't occur to you that under the administration of your beloved Obama, they were already telling you in your face in 2008 what they had in store for you for the next 25 years. You see, that's what disaster amnesia does, is it makes you perpetually incapable of contending. That's what it does. That's exactly what it is intended to do, you see. And so again, the reason I'm saying this, and I started off by talking about this book and Soul Invictus and all of that shit, is because I've had this said to me so much in the last 2 months, man. I hear what you're saying, and that shit real deep. But at the end of the day, what use is it in solving our problems? Why do I need to know about the cult of Soul Invictus? Seriously? Okay. Why? I hear it. Yeah, I get it. It's deep, but honestly, it sounds kind of like the rest of the conspiracy theorists out here in the world. Really? I need to know. There's some of you up on here who have been following my channel for a good long time. I have been trying since the year 2003 to take really broad, big, vast ideas and filter them and mush them up like a mama choose the baby food when they don't have no teeth yet, but they need grown-up food, to make it to speak the complicated thing for those nerdy people, those really analytical, brainy people who need the complicated, right? To speak that thing, but to still translate that same thing into a language, not only that you can understand, but you can make applicable, I'm not interested, because I will stop. I'm telling you right now today, this is my commitment. If y'all tell me in this comment section that the shit is too deep and that you don't see how it applies to your life, you do not see how what I teach can be made useful in your daily life, then I will pivot. I will pivot, because first of all, I'm not into wasting time. I don't have time to waste. You understand? I will pivot this shit. I will pivot. You understand? Because for me, the other thing is this, is that everything that I have been teaching you, particularly since December 21st, is what I am learning, not what I'm learning, what I am remembering, what is being revealed to me, What is allowing me to become the strategic weaver we are all meant to be? Everything that I am teaching you is something that I am learning in real time, is being revealed to me in real time. In real time, it's blowing my mind. It's literally blowing my mind. It's literally blowing my mind. It reminds me, because I talk in movie, of the scene with the very first time that Cypher shows Neo what the Matrix looks like in code. Now, Neo is a computer genius. He's a hacker, quote, in his other life. He's a hacker. He's a computer genius. But when he goes into when he, quote, wakes up, when he's, quote, in the real world, and Cypher shows him what the Matrix looks like for real, he does not recognize it. Neo, the computer genius. He does not recognize the code. He's like, what? He asked Cypher, what am I looking at? He was like, yeah. This is the Matrix. He's like, what? He was like, yeah, you'll learn. You'll get to recognize it. You'll get to learn. He said, but for me, I've been doing this so long, all I see is redhead, brunette, this and that. As he's watching green numbers and letters fall down the screen like rain. Do you understand? That's us. That's us. We can be brilliant in our lane. We can be strategic and awesome and perfectionists at what we do in our lane, and can still be pulled around by strings we do not see, we do not detect, we do not feel, we cannot even conceive of, when we do not even perceive, until we're literally being walked by those strings to the edge of a cliff, and then some magical, mystical, invisible scissors clips the motherfuckers, and we fall into our death. I get it. I really, 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 really try to, if I have a breakthrough, if it's something that I know is really deep, to not only talk about it as it's being presented, because you need to see that too. Not only talk about it as it's being presented, because the way that it's being presented is in direct opposition to your life. Everything presented to you is in direct opposition to your right to live, to your side. When I say everything, I mean just what the fuck I said. I mean just what I said. I mean, while patriarchy remains, while patriarchy is the order of the day, everything that is presented to you is to ensure that somebody else can thrive at your expense, can thrive at your shortened life at the expense of your shortened life expectancy, can thrive off the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars you pay for your education that just arrives in their hands for free. Every construct, every institution y'all ain't gonna be comfortable with this. Every institution that exists on the earth, every single one. It doesn't matter where. Why y'all get caught up in these dumbass debates about socialized medicine and everybody has a right to health care and Medicaid for all. Every institution that exists at your expense. Not only does it exist at your expense, to even be more clear and concise, every institution, every government, every philosophy about democracy or autocracy or anarchy or you name it, every single one is a face of the Godhead of war. Just in that song, which is The Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs, where we say, she with 10,000 names, she singular with 10,000 names. Isn't that what we say? She with 1,000,000 names. She with 1,000,000,000 names, with 1,000,000,000 faces. She singular. This is the All-Father, attempting to replicate in opposition every story that is she. So if she has 10,000 names, if she has 1,000,000 names, if she has 1,000,000,000 names, then assume it's so for him. And if she is the guardian of life, the creator of life, the procurer of life, the supporter of life, the nurturer of life, then he and his 10,000 names, he and his 1,000,000 names, he and his 1,000,000,000 names, faces is going to directly oppose her. He is the God of death. He is the God of war. He is the Godhead of a globally, consistently running murder cult. And everything that he, quote, gives birth to in his death cult rituals has one purpose and one end goal in sight. It is to exalt death over life. That's it. So you keep having the same conversations and discussions, thinking that the outcome is going to be different. Why is it that Black women are 10 times more likely to be diagnosed with a non-cancerous condition that ends in the removal of their reproductive organs in the medical system? Because the medical system, under a godhead of a global murder cult, is trying to find the most subtle and imperceptible strategic ways to slowly end your life, while at the same time extracting and absorbing every ounce of essence from you, while telling the world it's in our heads. Every institution. You keep asking why your babies are the victims of the preschool to prison pipeline, as if it is separate from the fact that it is an institution given a still birth, given a stillborn birth. I'm talking about the educational institution as stillborn, as born dead, bitch, as born dead. That's what I'm talking about. So you are always demoralized, are always fighting these people in these institutions called educational systems, and you will develop whole organizations around, quote, ending the preschool to prison pipeline, as if the educational system is something separate from the period of when you could not be afforded no education, when your ass was literally having your tongue cut out for reading, when your ass was literally being hobbled. Do you know what hobbled means? Taking your ankles and putting them on both sides of a cut tree trunk and having a sledgehammer hit both your ankles for reading, for speaking your native, for attempting with your mouth to maintain a connection to your origins and the ancestors of your original land and evolution, to have your hands cut off for attempting to communicate not through your mouth but through the drum. That even if we from different tribes all over Africa, one thing remained the same: the language of the drum, for which we could all understand even if we did not speak the same tongue. And so the white people recognized that and started cutting off your hands if they caught you playing the drums. It is why everything that you have done at some juncture or another becomes banned, because while you remain a captive, every single thing that you do, every way that you present yourself in the world is an act of rebellion, whether you recognize it or not, whether you are aware, whether you recognize it or not. Even who say, okay, in order to preserve my safety, in order to preserve my life, in order to not intimidate these white people when I go into white people's spaces, I am going to concede and I will code switch. I'll do that. I will keep my head down. I will keep my tone just soft enough that the bass does not come through and intimidate them. I will speak in my perfect diction that I know they most resonate with. I will demonstrate ever so subtly the ways through which my education comes through, just enough to make them comfortable and see themselves in me, but not enough to humble them. I still want to maintain an air of humility, which is what they need, while at the same time being smart enough that I set myself apart from, quote, those other Black people. And even those of you, I have done it. And so even those of you, those of us who concede, who become, without even recognizing it, professional contortionists, able to shapeshift in every space that we enter into, to always make sure that the white people who may be in the space that we are in are always comfortable with our presence in the space. And even though we, especially the darkest of us, we're not the only ones who code switch, but those who are the darkest among us have perfected the art of code switching, adjusting, contorting, all of the things, smiling and laughing just enough to keep them comfortable and feeling safe without presenting as a coon or buffoon, just enough to make them always feel at ease, but never too much that we slip into buffoonery. The perpetual contortionists. And isn't it interesting that even as we of contortionism, even as we have perfected the science of code switching, even as we have through every hoop, whether it is the what do I want to call it? The combat that we wage against our hair. The combat that we wage against our hair, the straightening, the bleaching, the lightening, the eye lightening, all of the things that we have done historically to forever make our captors comfortable with our presence in society, that it still, the friendships that we make with them, the love that we demonstrate to them, the children of theirs that they toss away that we willingly take in. I have done this. All of the ways that we collectively have attempted to make them feel forever safe with our presence in the society, that here we are in the year 2026. And there is not a single day of the year that we can open up our social medias, watch the local news, the national news, the international news, and not see the aggressed upon body of some Black person falling victim to the aggressions and the misguided rage of white people. That is a matter of fact that I have been an activist in one way or another since 1993, that even as we have gone through these changes with our white counterparts, that in 2026, because of a spell that has been reinvigorated in this country, that I, in all my years, my whole adult life, I have been an activist. That in all my years of activists and all of the insane shit that I have seen as an activist, I know what raw, nasty, butt naked, audacious white nationalism looks like. And even all of that, today, seeing for the first time in my life, every week for months, on the front page of papers and all over social media, the bodies of Black women, and I say women lightly, the oldest one to date being 26 years old, women and girls being deliberately, publicly displayed hanging from the end of ropes from trees in this country, while everyone goes on celebrating daily and saying nothing about what is now butt naked. What is now butt naked. So if what I'm talking to you about does not resonate, comes across as conspiracy theory, I will pivot, because there's a ton of other things that I can pivot to that are just as important as what I think I've been teaching you for the last 6 months is. But it does me no good to teach you what I've been teaching you because I am never teaching for you to just accumulate and stack up goddamn knowledge. I'm not interested in that. If what I am teaching you, you cannot make applicable, it does not resonate in a way that it goes from knowledge to wisdom. Wisdom is embodied. Knowledge can only become embodied through action. In some way, what I am teaching you is transforming you. It is informing you, and it is teaching you what you must be doing. Teaching you what you must be doing with your hands, with your body, with your preparation. Otherwise, I will still teach, but I can pivot. Y'all know my bag is medicine. Y'all know my bag is how they have used medicine as a weapon against human beings. My whole mission since I was a Black nationalist has been to demystify medicine, to demystify your own body so that you can become well armed in the defense and preservation of your own right to live abundantly. That's all I'm interested in. So if I need to pivot that way and do what I said I was going to do last week and just start teaching anatomy, physiology, kinesiology, biology, biochem, chemistry, and botany, teaching you the sciences and just weaving these little things into a very rudimented regimen of the sciences, which you all need. I'm convinced of that, because it's what I've been saying since the first day I entered into medical school. This is the shit that we should be learning as soon as we learn our ABCs. We should be learning the ABCs of our entire body for forever. There's a reason that you don't learn that. There's a reason that it's been specialized. There's a reason. And so it might be that. It might be that I need to pivot and just start teaching y'all the sciences and weaving the ways that this other stuff that I talk about, astronomy and astrology and the history of cults and the deities, not as just, quote, mythological icons that make you feel good and warm and fuzzy inside, but like are strategically, politically functional in the world. Maybe that's the approach that I need to take, because I have, this has been a question that has been asked of me a lot over the last 2 months, I'm not upset about it. It just has me fall back into a place of introspection. Maybe because my brain is what it is, and I have had the peculiar experiences that I have had, that it's profound and deep for me, and it allows me to see what I haven't been able to see before. But maybe people are not receiving it that way. Maybe it's clear to me when it is not to others. Maybe it is too, because I don't ever want to be over. That's the other thing I hate about so-called intellectuals, academia, is I don't care how much you know. How do you articulate what you know in a way that everybody can eat from it, everybody can benefit from it? And so I see, especially out here in California, this really is gross to me. This is gross to me. And there's not just white people that do it. Black folks, again, because we feel the need to prove ourselves in every space. Black people, Mexican people, Native people, everybody be out here pontificating so hard. It's like every time they speak publicly, they feel burdened to call up from within themselves every single solitary, multi lettered word that they know. It's gross. I know what you're talking about, but it's burdensome and it's bougie and it's unsexy and it's boring. It's boring. And the first question I want to ask when they get up off their platform is, nigga, do you talk like that when you talk to your family? Do you talk like that when you talk to your friends? The way that you just talked on this panel, do you talk like that when you talk to your homies, your comrades, when y'all behind closed doors? If the answer is no, don't do it on the platform. Don't do it on the platform. Don't do it on the platform. People are not stupid. People are not stupid. Contrary to what y'all believe, people are not stupid. They can get complicated ideas. They can understand complicated ideas. You have to speak in a language that the broad masses of people will be able to identify with. Otherwise, your crackatosis is showing. Your crackatosis is showing. And ain't nobody got no time for that. I know that was very wordy, but I'm saying that because I'm about to read you something from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, specifically around why I have been talking for so long about the cult of Sol Invictus. Very short, like 2 paragraphs. But then I also started on the diatribe about why I want the $500 version of this book, but I went ahead and took the last $20 version of this book. This book is The Secret Teachings of All the Ages by Manly P. Hall. And I'm just thumbing through this book. Not even a quarter, not even a 16th of the illustrations that are in the big book. Not even a 16th of those illustrations are in this book, which is problematic. Okay. But the content is still worth me going ahead and buying this $20 version. And I'm going to get into it on another day, but I wanted to tell you that this is a book that, in the same vein of importance that I have given to the Great Cosmic Mother, to the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, and the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, especially the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. These 2 books, actually, The Secret Teachings of All the Ages and the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, is 2 of those books that you actually should be studying side by side, because Manly P. Hall, having firsthand learning, education, and knowledge through literally traveling the world for 40 years and having all the colored men of the world, who are the keepers of the secrets, give the white boy the secrets to put in this book. You feel me? That's what they did. That's what they did. And he spent 50 years traveling around the world, collecting everybody's shit to give it to white people, to hand it over to the white world. You understand what I'm saying? He did that. And so all of the symbols that are in this book are in this book. The interesting thing, though, is perspective. Worldview changes everything. When I tell you worldview changes everything, every single solitary symbol that is in the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects that we're just now learning for the first time. So many of these symbols were like, damn, I ain't never seen this symbol. Damn, I ain't know what this symbol meant. How I thought the symbol was the total opposite of what it say it was. Because perspective changes everything. This is the contest that we're in. This is the contest that we are in. Not the dueling opposites. No, that's the contest that's been imposed on us. The harmonizing of opposites. Healing through the harmony of opposites. Do you understand? And so for a baby on the planet who does not understand what he is looking at, he will think the opposites are at a perpetual antagonistic war with one another, one to see who can kill the other, not recognizing that he is killing himself all the time, with every aggression. No, because he's a baby in the world and don't understand shit. See? But when the female, and even this white woman who wrote this book that we love so much, reading this book, perspective matters. And so I have been saying for the last 6 years that this book, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the World, is going to have to be revised through the lens and the worldview of the women of color on the planet, because worldview matters. It changes everything. But if you cannot see, or if you read everything that you get your hands on and accept it, allow it to come into you just as it's presented to you, which happens. I have been in these workshops over there at the Manly P. Hall Philosophical Research Society for almost a year. As a matter of fact, next week, it'll be a year since the first time I went. And they will read his manuals and read his books and all the things, and exactly how it is presented to them is exactly how they will receive it, is exactly how they will embody it, and exactly how they will behave in the world. They do no deep introspection, no cross reasoning. The women that are there, which are many, never say, well, damn, it is a man that wrote this, and while this is fascinating and interesting, all the things that he has been able to learn and collect, and let me see if there are any women in history, Barbara G. Walker, Barbara Moore, and Monica Zhu, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Let me see what the women have to say about these symbols and sacred objects that Manly P. Hall collected from the men of the world who became the keepers and sole custodians of the traditions of our ancestors around the world. What the women got to say about this shit? They don't do that. That's what it means to be a dialectical thinker. So this book, I want the big book. So if y'all have to come together and buy the big book for me, but I want that book, and you will see why. If you ever see the $500 version of the book, you will understand clearly why. It's literally unbelievable. As a matter of fact, that book is how I want to write. That's how I want to be freed up to write. That shit is genius. That shit is genius. But the only way that can happen, the only way that was able to happen, him compiling the secret teachings of all the ages, is because he was completely 150% from the age of 20 until the day he died, fully supported in his ability and opportunity to do exactly what he did and leave the legacy that he left. That's how he was able to do that. Because if that motherfucker at 20 years old would have had to go and get a goddamn fast food job somewhere and try to write in between his shifts, this shit wouldn't have never came to be. This shit wouldn't have never came to be. The Philosophical Research Society would not exist if he had had to go and get a regular job while he was trying to allow his genius to come forth. Anyway, I'm done with that. So I'm not going to read anything from this tonight, but just know that I'm going to start. I would encourage you to get it, try to find it. I found it on thriftbooks.com, gently used. It wasn't even brand new. You see, gently used. For $20. Yes, Java Watson, the privilege of it all. Yes, baby. Yes. So try to get this book, because I really feel like we're gonna be getting into this sooner than later. Okay. Now, all of that being said, and I'm done with that, the things that I said that I was going to read you are very short. So for those who like to follow along, right now I'm reading from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, and we are on page 79. Actually, yeah. I made the this was some time ago, but I made the statement that one of these days I may just need to take the same approach with the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets that we took with the Great Cosmic Mother, and just start at page 1 and just read this joint like a novel because it's just so good. It's just so good. We might have to do that. But for today, we're going to go to page 79. Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah, 79. And go to the section entitled August. Happy Black August. Happy month of Soap Dep, who is also known, we might need to go to that too, who is also, Soap Dep, is also who we know as Aquarius. Soap Dep is Aquarius, the water bearer, the water bringer. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. 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 I ain't gonna get Venus hairstone. What? What's that? What's that? Even just opening up something that's just like all random. I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? Okay. Oh shit. And then somebody, you know what? I do have another question that I have to answer. What was that? It was from the first Q&A that we did, but let me go to it now so I don't forget it because I just remembered it was. Damn, did I drink all my beverage? Man, I'm thirsty. Yes. Okay. So, all right. So I'm going to put a pin in that as one of the Q&A things. All right, cool. So August. And so also, just because we're talking about August, you should remember that according to Kemetic tradition and Kemetic astronomy and astrology, that August was the first month of the new year. It, as a matter of fact, what is said about Soap Dep, the dog star Sirius, is that it was so important in the agricultural period of ancient Egypt that it was one of the primary the dog star Sirius, Soap Dep, was one of the primary time-telling celestial tools in ancient Kemet. So August is important. It has played a major role in many societies. August. Okay. Now, August, the Roman month of the oracle. The Roman month of the auricular Juno Augusta. Oracles were Augustae. I'm about to mess y'all up. Oracles were Augustae in the semi-matriarchal Republican period. The term was later applied to male priests. Male priests. Then, listen, the term Augustae was later applied to male priests and to emperors. So, under the waning matriarchal, goddess worshiping pagan Rome, where they still kept female deities around, Juno Augusta, right? As this contest was deepening, the oracles, the same like sibyls that we talk about throughout the so-called Middle East and the Mediterranean and all of that, the oracles, the seeresses, which had been exclusively female for thousands of years, now at this period, this turning of the tide, the Auguste, the oracles were literally being obliterated, and the male priests were rising in power. And eventually, the term Auguste was listen. Oh. Okay. An August man was one filled with spirit of the goddess. An August man was one filled with the spirit of the goddess. Agur, Augur. Thank you for the donation. Guided time. So that's three people down in the goal to reach 20. But the goal is set for 20 people to make a $5 or more donation via here, the super chat, super thanks, this and that and this and that. And if that goal is reached, anybody who wants for the rest of this month, as a matter of fact, for the rest of this month, anybody who wants will get half off a 30-minute half off a 30-minute divination session with me. If we don't reach the goal, all of those who contributed to reaching the goal, to attempting to reach the goal, you will definitively get half off a divination session with me. As a matter of fact, to up the ante on that, if we do not reach the goal by the end of, so we still have an hour and a half. If we do not reach the goal, everybody that attempted to help reach the goal, I will give you half off of a 1 hour session with me instead of the 30 minutes. If we reach the goal, anybody can get to get half off of a 30-minute divination session. If we do not reach the goal, everybody that contributed, I will give you half off of a 1 hour session. Okay. All right. So, Agur, Augur. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Let me show you. Agur. Let me see if I can. I'm sure I can find it in here. Let's see. Oh, interesting. It's not in here. Okay. Let's try staff. Because even this thing that I am going to show to you, you have seen it today. You have seen it in the modern period. You have seen it. And because you didn't know what it was or how important it was, you didn't think anything of it. You didn't think it was important at all. And I'm going to tell you. Fascinating. You're not in here, not on this section either. Interesting. That is surprising. It is. That is actually quite surprising. All right. Anyway, Augur, Agur. Agur, the old name for a seer, meant increaser, once referring to the mother priestess. The first emperor, Augustus, took his title from the great mother of the gods, presumed incarnate in his wife, Livia Augusta. Their house stood opposite the Temple of the Great Mother, whom Augustus honored as the national goddess. Among European pagans, the month of August began one of the goddess's major festivals, Lammas Eve, from half Mass, the Feast of Bread. The Feast of Bread. Okay? The secret worship of Ops, Ceres, Demeter, or Juno Augusta continued throughout the Middle Ages. Now, this is pagan Rome. This is pre-325 AD. This is pagan Rome. This is ancient Rome. And they're saying that the secret worship of Ops, Ceres, Demeter, or Juno Augustus continued throughout the Middle Ages in the rites addressed to the Lammas corn mother who ruled the harvest month. For a 17th century Scot to say he or she was born in August was to imply high praise and recognition of a well-skilled person. August, the month of Lammas Towers, the month when the Irish God damn it. Yeah, well. August, the month of the Lammas Towers, the month when the Irish dancers moved around. I am through. God damn it. Yo. August, the month of the Lammas Towers, the month when the Irish dancers moved around a female effigy, was the right time for birth. Shit. Yeah. Was the right time for birth. Then the Lammas moon was at work on behalf of the new children and the new harvest. I am done. I'm done. Churchmen repeatedly tried to obliterate the goddess's connections with her harvest month. It was officially claimed that August had been named for Saint Augustine. Augustine. You see how this shit be coming full circle? What you don't know will play in your face. Y'all ain't even up in here tripping the way you should be. You ain't even up in here tripping the way you should be. When I am talking about your ugly ass, funky ass, playing in your face, dumb ass, self-anointed, soul invictus, punk ass President Donald J. Trump. That's what I thought. See, I knew Cammy Love. Okay, so Cammy Love is saying it is skipping. I was like, it cannot just be on my end. Y'all cannot be seeing this normal. But your ugly ass president, who is a Gemini sun and a Leo ascendant and a Sagittarius moon, born under a solar eclipse in Leo that we are in the eve of right now. Today, we are in the eve of the first eclipse of the eclipse season after the lunar nodes have shifted from earth and water to air and fire. Just last week, the lunar node shifted from Virgo and Pisces to Leo and Aquarius, preceding the first eclipse of eclipse season, which happens to be a Leo solar eclipse, under which your president, Donald J. Trump, was born in 1946, a Leo solar eclipse. Not only was he born under a Leo solar eclipse, he was also born with Uranus in Gemini, which hasn't happened since the year he was born. This summer is the first time it has happened since your ugly president was born. And you do not think that these people who are so strategically using symbols and symbolism in your face every single solitary day, you think that it's just a coincidence. You think it's of no importance. Okay. Is that the end of it? Yes, it says here, what did it say? When the church tried to take over the importance of August to the goddess, it is officially claimed that that August had been named for Saint Augustine, prophetically, of course, since the name had been given to the month centuries before Augustine was born. Why am I having a whole moment about this last sentence in this paragraph that I just read to you? Because not only your ugly, funky ass president, not only your own, because he is just one of many things displaying themselves right now, if you care to look. This Pope that just became the Pope in 2024, when Pope Francis died, what is the name that he took? Even though he is a Virgo sun, what is the name that he took? This Pope that y'all love so much because of his Negro adjacentness. Pope Leo the 14th. Pope Leo the 14th. The last Pope Leo to be the Pope for which he fashioned his pontificate after this current Pope. Pope Leo the 13th, he was the Pope that ushered in the new century. His pontificate straddled the, quote, beginning of the Gilded Age and our official, quote, introduction into the Industrial Revolution, because he was the pontificate through the turn of the last century, Pope Leo the 13th. This current Pope, that's not all that he is well known for. He is the first Augustinian. He's the first Augustinian Pope to be Pope in 230 something years. The last Pope to be a Pope that was also that comes from the, quote, Augustinian lineage was 200. I can't even remember the exact name. Maybe one of y'all will feel so inclined to Google it for me or whatever. But the, quote, devotees of Augustinianism are so few in the world that there are less than 23,000, not million, in a world of 8.5 billion, 23,000 practitioners of Augustinianism. 23,000 people on the whole planet practice the version of Catholicism that was coined after St. Augustine. So people made a big deal about this Negro adjacent-esque Chicago-born first American Pope, Leo the 14th. Not only is he Pope Leo the 14th, his birthday is September 14th, 1955. He is exactly to the date 20 years older than I am. I was like, what the fuck? September 14th, he's Leo the 14th. At the height of the harvesting season. You think it's a coincidence that he would name himself Leo at the same time that Donald J. Trump, who is a Leo ascendant, in the first time in 25,000 years that every single one of the 5 outer planets have either been in fire or air. all of the outer planets are in fire or air for the first time in 25,000 years. And you've got all these males strategically placed all over the planet, seeing themselves as their peculiar version of Sol Invictus. Trump is not the only one. He is just the whitest one. He is just the oldest one. But they are strategically placed all over the whole world, not just the white world, boo, the whole world. These males devoted to the son's overthrow of the mother, threatening to create a desert earth. And you think it's a coincidence that your beloved Negro adjacent Pope, of all the 246 popes before him, Leo is the name that he chose. And it's not even the most famous or popular. He's only the 14th. It's not even the most famous pontificate name of popes. Do you understand? He becomes Pope. He becomes Pope as a consequence of the unexpected death of Pope Francis on Easter Sunday morning, 2024. And y'all think signs and symbols make no difference whatsoever. So that's what the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and and then the thing about the Agur, Augur, which meant what? What did she say? It meant the Agur literally meant, was the name or the title for an old seer, which meant increaser, aka harvest, right? Referring to the mother priestess. The first emperor Augustus took his title from the great mother of the gods. Who was the great mother of the gods? What were some of her names? Ops, Ceres, Demeter, Juno, Augusta. There are many other names for the grain goddess. Who is the grain goddess? Who is the grain goddess? That ain't even no trick question. Who is the grain goddess? The grain goddess is Virgo. Always has been, always will be. The grain goddess is Virgo. And if you want me to be more specific, the grain goddess is the peculiar expression of the, quote, two-faced or twin relationship between the two twin planets. There are only two planets in our solar system that are called twin planets. Those two planets that are called twin planets, not in astrology, in astronomy, because of the physical makeup of these planets, the two twin planets, and this is why they share mythological iconography across every tradition. Those two twin planets are the planet Earth and the planet Venus. They are the two planets that are closest in size, diameter, and such. And they have a peculiar relationship with one another because of the nature of Venus's rotational relationship with the Earth and with the Sun. They are called the sister planets or the twin planets, Venus and Earth. And so Virgo is so forget what you not forget, but in Western astrology, we are told that Virgo is ruled by Mercury. This is an inversion. We are told that it is the sign Libra that is ruled by Venus. But Virgo is the personification of Venus across traditions, across mythologies, across deities. When they're talking about Aphrodite and what's the other girl name? Inanna and Ishtar and Astoris and what's her name? Brigitte and Oshun and on and Chang'o in China. Chang'o in China is female. Chang'o and on and on and on and on and on and on. They are talking about the planet Venus now. And all of these other little deities here: Ops, Ceres, Demeter, and Juno Augusta. Okay, and so all these men, after the successful withering away of the goddess throughout all of these societies at the same time, every society was trying to do away with the presence of the mother. It wasn't just Europe. It wasn't just Rome. It wasn't just Rome. And so all of these countries, all of these nations were slowly eradicating the presence and the prominence of the goddess throughout these societies. And there was some, let's see, that's all I'm going to read from Myths and Secrets. Emma, let's see. Oh, I don't know. I'm not going to get that deep with it today because we're at 2 hours. So that's where I'm going to stop with that. But we're going to have to get into that. We're going to have to remain at least in August in that as we prepare to go into the harvest season, right? What we call the Indian summer or the late summer. We're going to have to get into this because I'm telling you, it matters. Why does it matter? Because summer is, for those of you who've been taking my the heart workshop, I know I still owe y'all a lesson, but those of you who have been taking the heart workshop, the summer, just like we were saying with the quote, 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, is the successful hijacking of what the agricultural relationship to time and to seasons was. So that's why the quote 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, which are what? The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are one man driving 4 horses, which represents the seasons of the year. Each horse represents a season. It's not literal. It is a metaphor for whatever is showing in the front, its personification as it moves through the seasons of the year. And so the seasons go from being abundant and loving and exciting and all of this shit to what? The first season being conquest, the second season being war, the third season, which we are moving into. Our transition from the end of September into the beginning of October, the fall equinox, is our transition into what in the ancient time was the harvest season. Everybody got to eat and got to eat plenty because they were harvesting so much food. Now it goes from being what? The time of plenty, the time of what they say in the book, great increase, to famine. They don't even hide it. That's not my opinion. This is what was hidden in our face all the time. So the third horseman of the apocalypse is famine. When it used to be plenty, when it used to be harvest, when it used to be abundance, when it used to, quote, foreshadow rest. Now it becomes synonymous with famine. And the 4th horseman of the apocalypse, symbolized as, quote, winter, is death. You see how that happens? And if you were to juxtapose, I ain't even gonna get that deep. I ain't even gonna get that deep. Yeah. But Mm-hmm. I'll save that for another day. All right. There were a couple of things from, so this is the same author, Barbara G. Walker, but this is her book on Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. There were a couple of things short that I wanted to read from here in relationship to what we just read. But let me draw you something because I'm surprised that this book doesn't have it in it. But let me just draw you a quick picture of why I was talking about the Agor. Okay. Because whenever you see it, and I have seen it a lot politically, currently, whenever you see it, now and forever, you'll know exactly what it is you're looking at. Oh, there was another moment that I need to talk to y'all about that I was having there. So back in those days, the Agor or the Seeress or whatever would either be holding like a staff, like big, shaped like that, or one that was relatively small, like a wand, but shaped like that. And now every time you read books or see stories about some shepherd, this is what they're carrying. This is what they're carrying. The Pope, this is what he carries. Who else? I've seen this recently, politically. But that staff or that wand in the hand of the Agor, it wasn't just for a regular seeress. Okay? These seeresses, the specific 2 types of divination that they were known for to receive that title was this, quote, the special language of birds and water divination. The secret language of birds and water divination. What is the Spanish word for water? Agua. What is it? Agua. A-U-G-R? No, A-G-U-A. Agua. Right? It still has, because it's still a Latin origin. Latin, like Spanish, English, doesn't matter. It still has a Latin origin. Right? And I won't do it here, but what you need to do, man, I ain't gonna have time to do that either. What you need to do is just go to the wiki, go to Wikipedia and look up A-U-G-U-R. Read the whole wiki. It'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. Oh, and then the last thing I was gonna say is in her explanation of August in The Myths and Secrets, the moment that I was having, not only about Pope Augustine and all of that, but the ceremonies that they were talking about that they used in worship of these harvest goddesses. It's because it's a deep dive I've been wanting to get into, and I was like, okay, I'll do it later. I keep putting it off, but here I'm reminded today that it's actually important. It's not something that should be put off. It's not something that should be put off, because I told y'all a story a couple of weeks ago about seeing the giant billboard promotion for I guess it's a documentary. Oh my God. A documentary that's going straight through stream called, the name of the documentary is called The Man Will Burn. The Man Will Burn. The Man Will Burn. It is a documentary about the history of Burning Man out in the desert. And, oh my God, I do have to look this up. Hold on. Okay. I know I'm gonna have to get into this. I know I'm gonna have to get into this Burning Man thing, because she said that this August being the most important time of the year, so even where European and Roman society was concerned, August was so important that the first emperor of Imperial Rome took the name Augusta, and it has been a tradition for centuries. As a matter of fact, you remember I was telling you I was doing this whole thing about this whole deep dive in the beginning about the cult of Sol Invictus, and it described, so Sol Invictus means the unconquerable sun. And the first thing I thought about was that song, The Land of the Rising Sun, about New Orleans, right? I was like, I wonder if this is related. This song that was written in, I think, the 1940s or the 1950s, called The House of the Rising Sun. Y'all know the song? There was a man in New Orleans. There was a man in New Orleans. Oh, there was a place. There was a place in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun. Right? The House of the Rising Sun is the name of the song. The House of the Rising Sun. So I'm reading some random shit, and I'm like, and the first thing I think about is this song, The House of the Rising Sun. So I just searched the song, and lo and behold, the song is about the name of the founder of the city of New Orleans. That the family name Orleans is a direct lineage of the line of the first emperor that called himself Aurelius, which was which is still based on the name of August. His name was Marcus Aurelius, who was still, first of all, he was the very first person to crown himself Sol Invictus in the year 59 BC. Marcus Aurelius, Aurelius, Aurelius was the first leader of Rome to crown himself Sol Invictus. His lineage, Aurelius, because there were so many of his descendants that assumed the name Aurelius as a title once they ruled. It became a house called Aurelius that in a certain period in medieval times, in medieval France, that the name transformed from Aurelius to Orleans. New Orleans is the byproduct of a long, unbroken succession of self-proclaimed Sol Invicti. Right. Okay. So I thought that was crazy. And then the last thing we'll say about that is, so I see the sign of this, the thing about Burning Man. I was like, this shit, they just make it out like it's just a festival to bring people together. And Wikipedia has a very sanitized version of the history of Burning Man. Nothing seems suspicious except the name of the city that only exists for Burning Man. I don't know if anybody knows, but the name of the city that they establish just for Burning Man, I think it's like 2 weeks, but just for Burning Man, the name of the city is Black Rock. Is Black Rock. Yes. This city that disappears and only reappears at the end of August every year. As a matter of fact, Burning Man, yes. Burning Man begins August 30th. Yeah. Right in that axis that I was telling you about, where in Chinese medicine, you have 5 seasons instead of 4. And in Native American culture, it's not an additional season. It's just an identification they call the Indian summer. In Chinese medicine, they call it, they don't even have a name for it. But it's like a specific 2 weeks sandwiched in between summer and autumn. And it's the last week of August and the first week of September. It's supposedly the hottest 2 weeks of the summer. That's why the Indians call it the Indian summer. It's that short period where the heat just goes straight through the roof, right? This is when Burning Man is held. So in the desert, during the hottest period of the year that is identified as a season that doesn't exist, this is when these two white boys decide to burn a giant wicker effigy in the desert. What did she say? She said, in the celebration of the coming bounty of these harvest goddesses, what would they do? They would dress up a female effigy to exalt. What did she say? I don't want to put words in her mouth. What did she say? A female effigy. Hold on. Let's see. August, the month of Lammas Towers, the month when the Irish dancers moved around a female effigy, was the right time for birth. Why? Because birth and harvest and fertility, just like we learned with the goddess Sopdep and the flooding of the Nile happening at the same time, was in preparation for this bounty they knew that they were about to receive because they worked for it. They knew they were about to receive the bounty because they had labored for it. You see? And so how did they celebrate? Not by burning an effigy. No, because to burn is to destroy. They weren't burning an effigy. They were dancing around the female effigy because they knew it was the right time for birth. Then they knew that the Lammas moon was at work on behalf of new children and a new harvest. Meanwhile, these two seemingly random white boys who just decide one day they're gonna create a makeshift city in the desert to burn a wicker effigy at the same time that we just did this whole long diatribe about this new movie coming out called The Wicker Husband, which I have a sneaking suspicion is still based on the same hostile takeover by the death god of the most fertile time of the year for goddesses around the world, for cultures and peoples around the world. Listen. So this was babies, this was old people dancing around a female effigy in anticipatory excitement about the coming harvest season. But what season are we entering into under the global murder cult? We are entering into the third season of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which is what? The season of famine, the direct opposition. And here they're releasing a movie this year, a documentary this year about Burning Man, and the big ass billboard in Hollywood says the man will burn. The man will burn, right? And then we kicked off this year with what? The United States under Operation Lion's Roar and Operations Lion's Roar and Operation something Lion, the United States and Israel bombing 2 all-girls elementary schools in Iran the day after the release of Scream 7 that has a big ass C on the top with a whole city in the background burning, and then the subtitle is Scream 7 burn it all down. And then literally at 3:00 in the morning in Iran, Operation Lion's Roar and Operation something Lion bomb what was it, 225 girl children in 2 elementary schools, and y'all will still say it's something else. You will still say it is not ritual being played in your face to literally terrorize you into submission. You will literally call it everything but what it is. Multiple things can be true at the same time. And then this thing comes out this year. Not only that, what came out on what movie was released on the spring equinox? What was the movie that I went off about? I was like, why do they keep playing that in our face like that? Project Hail Mary, released on the spring equinox. Stay playing in your face. You feel me? And so what it's saying real quick, like here. Oh my God. I got to do this. I got to hear myself do this because this was not even planned. This bullshit. I wasn't even planning this. I was literally about to shift gears. I was like, I still need to do these questions, but I don't believe what just happened. I don't believe what just happened. So let me just search it really quick. This bullshitting ass Burning Man, because I was about to read y'all something, right? And I'm talking about August, still talking about August and how they play in your face. All up until the overthrow of the goddess everywhere, it was a female effigy, not burnt to the ground. Nope. Upraised, celebrated, danced around, this and that and this and that, right? This year, this is how I know they be playing in your face. This year, the theme, because every year Burning Man has a theme. This year, on August 30th, the theme of Burning Man is Axis Mundi. The theme this year is Axis Mundi at Black Rock City in the desert of Nevada. Now, Axis Mundi is called the axle of the world. You'll understand how fucked up it is in a minute. It's called the axis of the world. That's what Axis Mundi means. Ancient cosmologies pictured the earth as a globe spinning on a shaft with the ends fastened at the celestial poles. The Axis Mundi penetrated the earth at its center. Hence, it was usually associated with the cosmic lingam or male principle. Each nation placed this hub at the center of its own territory, also known as the omphalos. The omphalos. Ugh. The omphalos. The reason that this is so egregious is because it is a direct theft, the Axis Mundi. It is a direct opposing theft of the primordial anima mundi. Hold on, let me see if I can find it in here. I see they don't have it as anima mundi. They just have it as anima. Let me see in symbols and sacred objects if they've got it in here, because I'm having a whole moment right now. Why would they call it that this year? That's all I'm saying. Why would they call it that this year? I wouldn't have even caught it if I had not looked this up really quick. Why would they call it that this year? So let me clarify what I'm saying. The Axis Mundi they do have it in here. The Axis Mundi, just like the omphalos. Remember the book that we read called The Great Black Mama of Creation by oh my God, what's the author's name? Somebody put in the comment section what the author's. Oh, I can't remember. But anyway, this book was talking about the inversion of the. It's been a whole long piece talking about the inversion of the letter O. Right? Anybody that's taken any quote any of the romantic language, any of the oh my God, this is pissing me off. Any of the I can't do this. I'm gonna have to stop. This shit is stupid. Anybody that's ever taken the romantic languages knows, or at least learns, that O is masculine and A is feminine. It's how you differentiate in terms of spelling. And then the great Black mama of creation, they spent a whole long time talking about the inversion of the theft, not even the inversion, because both O and A in pre-patriarchal society was feminine in general and was emblematic of the goddess in particular. Hence, I am the Alpha and the Omega, right? So the Anima Mundi is, as a matter of fact, you've seen it before. You didn't know you'd seen it before. The Anima Mundi is always pictured as the planet Earth, right? And the goddess, we can deduce, because in esoteric schools of thought, we can deduce that the she that is standing on the earth. So you look at the earth and then you see a woman standing with her feet spread in, like the V shape down, with her legs spread, standing on the earth and with her arms out like this, holding a string in each hand that connects to the earth. And her breasts are just like the image of the Isis that I told you. One breast is grapes, the other breast is a bundle of wheat, and she's got the girdle on that eventually became, quote, Orion's belt. All right, that is the image of the Anima Mundi standing on earth, and she functioning between her relationship to earth and her relationship to the cosmos, she being the bridge between earth and the cosmos. This is her. All right. And so the story of Apollo's takeover of the Oracle of Delphi is when, because let me just read this to you. Let's see. The Anima Mundi. For those that are reading Symbols and Sacred Objects, Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, the first reference is on page 118. Is it 118? Did I say that right? Yeah, 118. 118. Man, I know. I'm sorry, but we got to get into this. Let's see. 118. Oh, okay. So this is interesting because the reference on 118, fascinating, that of Anima Mundi is under the section on 117 of the alphabet. So I'm going to read it. It said under alphabet, page 117. We got 30 minutes left on the fundraiser, and we're only 5 people in. So those of you who, because I don't know, we got 30 minutes left. So that means what, 15 people to make a donation of $5 or more? I don't know. Sounds ambitious to me. So those of you who did make a contribution, just make sure you email me and let me know that you made a donation so I can honor the half off for you guys. Okay. So alphabet. The word alphabet, 117. A goddess, not a god, was usually credited with the invention of alphabetical letters. All letters were originally sacred symbols. The literal meaning of hieroglyph, In Egypt, the art of writing was the gift of the goddess Isis, Ma'at, Minos, or Sheshet. In Rome, that of the goddess Carmenta or the Fata Scribunda, the writer fate. In Scandinavia, that of the Norns as Scribidinum, which means writing women. In Babylon, that of the Gulses or the Fates. Written letters were symbols of Logos power, that is, the power to create the world by the means of words. That is why the 50 letters of the Sanskrit alphabet appeared on the necklace of skulls worn by Kali Ma, perhaps the oldest goddess of creation. These letters were Matrika, the mothers, which brought about all things into being when Kali formed them into words. The Logos doctrine is still extant in Christian theology, though the original idea of creation by the word has been more abstract to conceal its primitive naivety. In the 3rd century AD, Jewish mystics spoke of the biblical smith Bezalel as an expert on alphabetical wizardry. He knew how to combine the letters which heaven and earth were created. A number of symbol systems have been devised for alphabetical letters. Here is one for the English alphabet in its present form. A, which is a cone, which means cone, mountain, pyramid, first cause, or birth. B is for mother's breasts. C is for the moon. D, like a crescent moon. C is for the moon. D is for day, diamond, brilliance. E is for the sun. F is for fire of life. G, they go through the whole thing. Interesting. Z is for the lightning or destroyer. Whoa. Anyway, so that's the first reference to Anima Mundi, but I wanted them to talk about the she, so 214. I 214. Okay. Alchemists seem to recall something of this. They identified. I can't. I can't. What the hell? What the fuck? I can't. Y'all listen to this. I'm through. You know how much we've been talking about Mercury, right? As like a psychopomp, this and that and this and that. Listen to what it says under Mercury. As his sign suggests. You know what? Let me just read the whole thing that they got to say about Mercury too, damn it. Mercury was the Roman name for the god Hermes, the Egyptian Thoth, apparently derived from the Latin merx or mercator, a merchant. As a god of commerce, as well as magic, illusion, and trickery, Hermes Mercury was often seen as the joker in the deck of the gods. A sharp dealer, very clever, but not altogether trustworthy. In both Greece and Rome, he was the patron of mercantile endeavors, metals, smithcraft, and the arts of natural science that became medieval alchemy. He gave his name to the only metallic element that is liquid at ordinary temperatures and is also called quicksilver, living silver. Difficult to pick up or to pin down like the mercurial personality of the god himself. This sign suggests the complexity of Mercury's character may have been based on his intimate association with the goddess. Both the planet Mercury and the metal Mercury are shown by what is essentially the sigil of Venus with horns added, right? So the female symbol with horns added, right? At the top, a distinct resemblance to the horned god who was her consort. Alchemists seem to recall something of this. They identified Mercury with the female Anima Mundi, who was sometimes called the Anima Mercury, and sometimes Rebus, the bisexual duality. Sometimes that whole effeminate, the whole concept that I've been talking to y'all about at length, about any one of these deities who are associated with the sign of Mercury. They're just borderline effeminate, like they're just borderline effeminate, aka Hermes being the basis of what we call today the hermaphrodite, the male and the female together in one body. Hermes transforming himself into a woman so that he could invade the temple of love. Shango being called Shango and Elegba being called so beautiful that both males and females loved them. That Jesus in his mercurial presentation, right? So here it is. Here the rebus is the presentation of Mercury's in bisexual duality. Sometimes Mercury's sign meant all the Hermetic arts in general. Mercury's sign also means Wednesday, which was Dies Mercurii to the Romans. In English, it was Woden's Day, because Mercury was identified with Woden in Northern Europe and with nearly every other major god among the barbarian tribes, as far as the Romans were concerned. Like Hermes, he was a god of the dead. His sign was found in catacombs and other subterranean places of worship. Where else? Shit. Sorry about that. I'm gonna move on. But let me get my jewelry. But yeah, this Burning Man is calling itself Axis Mundi, which is the peak personification of the male principle atop the earth, or conquering the earth. That's what it is. The Anima Mundi is pictured as the mother goddess being the bridge, standing on top of earth, being the bridge between the greater universe and the earth. The only way that spirit can come to, quote, the material world. That's what the Anima Mundi represents, as the goddess on top of the world. The Axis Mundi is the male on top of the world, with his male principle being the personification of the conquering of this world. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is the theme for this year's this year's Burning Man that we just learned. The reason it's called Black Rock, the reason it's in the desert, in a city that disappears and reappears every year since I forget what year it started, like the late 80s. And dang. Damn, man. Oh, shit. And there are no coincidences. I just want to reiterate that. So is the reason that this year's Burning Man is let me ask it this way. Is this year's Burning Man called Axis Mundi in a pre self-aggrandized celebration of the Great Reset, huh? All these Leo Gemini males around the world declaring themselves Soul Invictus at this year, which is the first time in 25,000 years, all of the most feminine signs are all in fire or air signs. The first year that they did it was 1990. The first year they did it was 1990. Yeah. 1990. Let's see, who are the creators of it? Because I feel like that's what we need to get into. Who is these dudes? Why did they call it Black Rock? Oh no, they said 1990. Let's see. Okay, yeah, they said for several years they did it 86, and they did it just the very first few they did on the summer solstice. And the two founders. So this might be homework for y'all if you feel so inclined, because we need to know who they are. And what I mean by that is not just them, who they mama was, who they daddy was, where they came from. Did they mama and daddy, were they immigrants? If so, from where? Like, we need to know about them, because I have a sneaking suspicion. Yeah. Oh, see. I knew it. Do. Oh, we were just talking about this yesterday. Hold on. Okay. Built the first effigy on June 21st. See? It says in 1988, Harvey formally named the summer solstice ritual Burning Man by titling flyers for the happening as such. This was done to quote ward off references to the Wicker Man, that reputed Celtic pagan practice of burning live sacrifices in human-shaped wicker cages. Harvey has said that he had not seen the 1973 cult film The Wicker Man until many years after, and that it did not inspire the action. Interesting. Allah. Yeah, we need to get into this, because I feel like this too is some playing in our face type shit. Why did they call it Black Rock? And what is the association with the diabolical, monstrous corporation called Black Rock, if any? And I'm sure there is, and they'll say it ain't. Like, this is the stuff we need to know. Anyway, all right, I'm done with that. I'm done. But yeah, if you want to get deeper into that, Axis Mundi and Anima Mundi are both in the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. What I read from you originally just on August is in the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. I had wanted to read, I'll do it later, because there are several deities that I've mentioned over the last several weeks that are in Symbols and Sacred Objects that I want to read about. This isn't necessarily the goddess, but her name is Bat, B-A-T. And so I find what they have in reference to the bat in Symbols and Sacred Objects quite interesting. It says in China, the bat means good fortune and great happiness. In Europe, however, bats were often identified with demons, which Christian artwork provided with bat wings. In fresco in the Campo Santo in Pisa, about 1350 AD, showed the death goddess as a long-haired woman with a sieve in her hand flying over the world on bat wings. She was described as the old shadow. Oh my God. She was described as the old shadow of the earth, ancient shade of hell. Bats were the same demons who were once. I'm through. This shit is too much. Too much. Bats were the same demons who were once pagan ancestors. Some Europeans still repeat the old belief that human souls take the forms of bats when they leave the body during sleep, which is why bats are not seen by day when people are awake. The association with souls led naturally to a belief that the pagan dead might also become bats, flying about in search of a means of rebirth or of the blood that was universally supposed to mean the life of all creatures, according to Genesis 9:4. However, the only bats that actually feed on blood of other mammals are found not in Europe, but in South and Central America. Most bats eat only insects or plant products. They do not bite human beings, except perhaps in self-defense, but the teeth of most species are too small to even break human skin. Another popular fallacy is the notion that bats entangle themselves in women's hair. In fact, bats expertly avoid all obstructions. Their sonar is so efficient that any bat can avoid a wire as thin as a single hair, even in total darkness. The hair tangling myth stemmed from the ancient notion that women's hair attracts demons. The same notion that caused St. Paul to order all women cover their heads in church. Along with snakes and spiders, bats have been unjustly maligned by Western symbol-based prejudices. Actually, bats are helpful animals that provide a valuable service in controlling populations of insects and pests. Doesn't that sound very suspiciously familiar? The modern murdering campaigns of socialists in their aggressions against sparrows. How many socialist countries have led pest control campaigns specifically against sparrows? I'm just saying. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say about that. All right. I am going to reference one more thing in Symbols and Sacred Objects because it is a direct answer to a question. Not from this past live, but the one before. Page 261. Kachina, 261. Okay, so I still don't know the context. I think it was Cammie Love, as a matter of fact. I still don't know the context with which she raised this question. Like, she specifically referenced a live that I did some time ago where I was talking about the red and blue kachina. I still don't remember at all what the context was that I was doing that live. So if you remember the live and just can send me the link, that'd be dope. But that same night, when I opened this book, I saw the word Kachina in this book. It doesn't have a distinction between a red and blue Kachina, whatever, but it's in here. It says the Kachinas, and then it has a little picture. As a matter of fact, the Kachina, it says here it's a Hopi spirit. It's from the Hopi tribe. So if you can see this little picture of what looks like a little woman with the kind of Princess Leia buns on the side, right? Which is where Princess Leia got her hairstyle, by the way. It was like the director said so. It was a direct copying of the traditional hairstyle of the Hopi women. I digress. Kachinas are the polytheistic population of spirits revered by the Hopi people and other Pueblo Indian tribes. Many Kachinas are nature spirits governing the rain, the sun, the crops, the animals, and so on. Some are spirits of law or tribal rules of behavior. Kachinas have become well known and popular among non-Indian people because of the interesting dolls created and sold by the Indians according to fixed ancestral design. That's all they have to say about that, about the Kachina. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Save it for another day. Okay, so that's that. Now, let me open this document 2 hours and 51 minutes in to open up your questions. There it is. Okay. Let me go back up here. Let's see what y'all talking about. Okay. Nina La Negra says Monsanto and others did it with the Amazon rainforest, taking plants, copywriting DNA, and then destroying the originals. Yes. Or how about the fact that in the 90s, for the first time in history, a private corporation was allowed to enter into the American Seed Bank and buy the seeds. Monsanto purchased, what, like 90%? I don't remember the exact number, but was allowed to purchase like 90% of the seed stores. Every country has a seed bank, has seed banks, where in the event of a crisis and there's some annihilation of some sort, they still have seeds, a wide variety of seeds stored so that they can replant, regrow, whatever. And for the first time, with the first approval of the ability to the first time that life was able to be patented, right? You could not, up until I think it was like 93, you could not patent living organisms. And Monsanto was able to get around the patent ban by in its manipulation of living organisms, genetically modified organisms. It actively started placing genetic markers on the DNA of plants so that it could recognize its plant. And this also became the way that Monsanto was able to steal so many farms. So really, it's really disturbing, actually. There's a documentary called, it's old, but the documentary is called The World According to Monsanto. I don't know, the documentary came out in the like 90s or the early 2000s, but the documentary is called The World According to Monsanto. It is the pure personification of evil. It is absolutely diabolical, absolutely diabolical. And they showed how all of these farmers in Canada and Mexico and the United States had their farms stolen by Monsanto. And what Monsanto would do is take for quote holdouts, for farmers that were saying we're not going to buy Monsanto seed and we're not going to use Monsanto pesticides, for the holdouts in these areas, what Monsanto would do is have diesel trucks filled to the top with their GMO seed, and then literally tell the drivers to loosely fit the tarps over the diesel trucks and drive back and forth down the roads of those in front, the roads of those farmers that were holdouts, so that the loose seed could quote fly in the wind. And the way that they were able to do this is if they found one plant in your crops that had their genetic marker on it. So you drive down the road and the seed is on the extreme periphery of your land near the road. And if they find one plant with the GM marker in its DNA, then this was the grounds for patent infringement. And this becomes the basis for lawsuits to compensate Monsanto for your patent infringement to steal your whole farm. Yeah. Diabolical. Anyway, let's see. Thank you, Tanika, for your donation. Everybody's in the house. Let's see. Sandra Horn, I do not understand what this means. Want you to play with Alexander. Say not to Sandra mind. I don't understand. I don't get it. But anyway, let's see. The Agar sounds like ogre. That's interesting. This could be another inversion to vilify the importance of Agors by turning the word into something scary. There's a whole background though on even the concept of the ogre that's not tied to the Agor, but that's an interesting correlation you made. Look at what they put for Agor on Wiki. Yes, do that. Yeah, somebody's saying my screen keeps loading. Thank you for the donation. Natural Living Health. Chat GPT says Agor is a prophet or seer in ancient Rome who interpreted signs from the gods, especially omens from birds. Yes, the Iami, Aj, Osarongo rules over the birds, right? Leo. Let's see. Man. Thank you, Black Pint 22, for the donation. Let's see this freaking screen. Thank you, Aquarian 771, for the donation. Dang, what the hell? The hell did do that? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. Okay, Pope, Order of St. Augustine of the Augustinians. Pope Leo VIII was known for his social teaching and his engagement with the challenges of the modern industrial world. Pope Leo the 14th and Leo VIII's legacy influenced his choice. Let's see. Oh, the 13th, my bad. Let's see. No, okay, so somebody is saying the series called Borgias. No. Borgias. But speaking of a new series, I just started watching the new series yesterday, all accidental. Y'all know I hate watching series as I like movies because I hate getting caught up. But it was a black series. I'm only on, I think, the 3rd episode. But it has, what's his name? Lakeith. What's Lakeith's last name? His fine self. What's Lakeith's last name? Anyway, he's in it. And it's supposed to be kind of like suspense thriller, teetering on horror, but it's called The Changeling. And apparently it came out some time ago, like 2023, 2022, something like that. I never even heard of it. But it's on Apple TV. It's called The Changeling. It, first of all, is really good so far. It's really, really good so far. But it's so messed up, y'all. It's so messed up. Because Lakeith, what's his last name? Y'all, what's Lakeith's last name? His fine self. Anyway, his character's name is Apollo. His character's name is Apollo. And as a young child, he was obsessed with reading. And so because his father named him Apollo after the god Apollo, this became his like empowering phrase growing up in the time of like obvious segregation, right? The pitfalls of being a black kid, you know, or whatever. Like he would say this mantra of his, you know, something to the effect of like, it's so because I'm the god Apollo. It's so because I'm the god Apollo. So he would say that as he's looking for a job, knowing that the white people was going to turn him away. It's so because I'm the god Apollo. That's what he kept saying. I said, I passed across this thing all random like yesterday. And this dude says, it's so because I'm the god Apollo, right? Then on the other side, this girl that he ends up falling in love with, but they fall in love literally just before she is leaving to go on this trip that she had planned ages ago to spend some time in not Brazil. Oh yes, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So she's like, this is crazy. I love you and everything, but I'm not gonna not go on this trip. So if you still love me when I get back, cool. But I'm going, just because I love you don't mean I'm not gonna go on this trip. So she goes on the trip and she's there for like 6 months. Now they just meet. They are in the throes of deep love. And she leaves. And she's gone for like 6 months. And while she is gone, y'all, there's a place, there's a lagoon in the outskirts of the city where the local people tell her, no matter what you do, do not go to this place. And of course, now my personal position is because, you know, she mixed race. And so the adventuristic side of herself that has no spidey senses and always wants to investigate that which they ain't got no business investigating, that side of herself says, ooh, the local people say I should not go to the lagoon. Let's go see what's there. So she goes to the lagoon, and when she gets there, there is a very, very old, crickety black lady with back length, bright white blonde hair and blind eyes, right? Like with the eyes that turn white. And she's sitting by the water at the lagoon, and she hears the girl creep through the woods. And she said, I know they told you not to come here. And she said, I ain't scared. I came because I think I needed to come. And so the old lady sitting playing in the water by the lagoon says, come here, girl. I was waiting for you. And so she comes and sits next to the old lady. The old lady with the long white hair and the white eyes, dressed in blue and white, for those who know. Dressed in blue and white, sitting by this waterfall at the lagoon. And the little lady pulls out of like somewhere a red string. She pulls out a red string. And she said, she calls the girl's name. I forget the girl's name right off the top of my head. But she calls the girl's name. And the girl's like, how you know my name? And she said, I know everything. I've been waiting for you. And she says, you have come here because your destiny led you here. She says, your destiny wants to offer you 3 wishes. Your destiny wants to offer you 3 wishes. She says, hold out your hand. And the girl holds out her hand. And the old lady says, by the time I tie the 3rd knot, you should speak your 3 wishes. You should speak your 3 wishes before I tie the last knot. And so the girl is making her wishes in her head as the old lady ties the 3rd knot. She says, as long as this red string remains on your wrist, your 3 wishes will be fulfilled and you will live happily ever after. She says, never remove the string. Allow the string to remain until it naturally falls off. And so the girl gets up and says, thank you, and goes on her way. As she's walking off, the old lady says in Brazilian Portuguese, she says, do not cut, do not cut, do not cut. And that's the end of the scene. Next thing you know, it's 6 months later, and the little girl going back to this place where she is hoping that this dude that she fell in love with, is still going to be there. And she says, if you still want me, meet me at the airport. Your face is the first one I want to see when I get back. So he does. They're like, it's no time has passed. They love each other, whatever. They go to dinner that night. Same day she gets off the plane, child. Same day she gets off the plane. This is the first episode. Child, this girl gets 3 blessings tied on her wrist by an old woman who looks like the personification of Yemaya sitting in this forbidden lagoon. And the last thing she hears the old lady say is, do not cut, do not cut, do not cut. She is at dinner with the love of her life and proceeds to tell him this story. Y'all, there's so much. There's so many messages in just this moment. She proceeds to tell him the whole story of her interaction with the representative of the goddess Yemaya in this forbidden lagoon in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And she says, yes, that's how and so she finishes. And then she says, this is how I got this red string that she says has to remain on my wrist until it falls off on its own accord. And he said, wow, that is a crazy story. That's really amazing. And she's like, yeah, it's crazy. I know. She starts laughing. While she's laughing or whatever, he pulls a pocket knife from his pocket. And while he has her hand, slips the knife under the red string and cuts it. He said, you don't have to worry. I am the god Apollo, and I will make sure your every wish is fulfilled. Y'all. Child, my eyes were offended by the scene. Offended by the scene. I said, oh my God, why did he do that? Right? I'm not going to tell you anything else, but I did that because somebody else mentioned some other series. But that's, I don't like series because I don't like getting caught up. Child, this series, and I love Black people so much, and I was so excited to see what looked like an actually well-made, budget Black series. I was like, okay, let me see what they talking about. You feel me? 20 minutes into the first episode, I was like, oh shit, I'm caught up. Damn, I don't want to be caught up, right? Anyway, let's see what else y'all talking about here. Borgia's was insane and very revealing. Moranos, Pope Leo. Oh, okay. But he spent his, okay, so what's his connection to Chicago? Because you say he's from Louisiana, which is fascinating given the story that I told you about New Orleans. Okay, fascinating. Yup, all right. Clearly the politico-religious will be used to oppress globally. Where is the water? Where is MamiWata and the mermaids? Because it's interesting. I'm just telling you about this show just in response to Borges. I didn't even read the rest of these comments, but that's the conflict. He literally says it is so because I'm the god Apollo, and so she tells default is to take a knife and sever the girl's blessings. This is the god Apollo challenging the water. I'm having a whole moment. And the name of the movie is The Changeling. I mean, the name of the series is called The Changeling. So it gets really radically in 3, because I'm only on episode 3. I didn't even watch the whole episode. In 3 episodes, radically, like so unexpected, so unpredictable, radically intense. And then here you talking about where's the water, where's MamiWata? The hairs on my head are tingling. Let's meet this goal. Okay, thank y'all, cheerleaders. Agua. Who is being harvested for who? Grocery stores are emptying. Tariff wars, etc., making killing Black people deliberate sacrifice to who for what? That is not just us being harvested. We're transitioning into the season of famine. And so the harvest iconography still remains. But for us, it's the famine. For those that consume human essence, it's the harvest. It's still the hijacking of the mother's iconography, but the harvest does not represent plenty for all. It that requires famine for the many. It requires it. It requires it. And your Bible tells you as much. The whole New Testament is perpetually talking about the harvest of souls, the harvest of souls, the harvest of souls. They tell you in your face what we harvesting. The harvest of souls, the harvest of souls, the harvest of souls. You know what I'm saying? Soul winning for the harvest of the Lord. Isn't that what we grew up? Those of us who are hardcore evangelicals. Let's see. The shepherd's staff and crook. Yes, hijacked. Candy cane Santa. Oh shit, didn't even think about that, but there you go. It's when I tell you, it's everywhere. As soon as you know the true meaning of the symbol, you can see all the ways. Ever present. The Pope is called the Holy See. Yes, he is. Pope Leo is from New Orleans. I am perplexed because I thought he was from Chicago. I know he has a relationship to Chicago, but I did not know he was born in Chicago. That adds a whole new pillar to my theory. A whole new pillar to my theory. Then somebody says the house of the rising sun by the animals. That's right. Marcus Aurelius. Yup. 59 BC. Yep. I love this note taking y'all be doing. I dig that. Isn't isn't it interesting that many deserts were once oceans or lakes that have dried up? Did not what used to be one of the biggest rivers in Southern California, the LA River, is completely gone. It doesn't exist. I just showed y'all the video from August 8th when I went to what I thought was a lake. It was just there last year, that lake. There's a park about 10-15 minutes from here, right in front of the NASA location. And it was a huge lake. The park was literally built up around the lake because they had turned it into a reserve because so many animals were coming back to the area because of the lake. And I go out there day before yesterday, calling myself going to do a water ceremony, and the whole lake is gone. That shit was sobering. I used to go by that lake, I'm telling you, 2-3 days a week. Just gone. Let's see. Marcus Aurelius, August, and the relationship to Sol Invictus. Yes. I love that y'all take these notes like this. Burning Man moved from San Francisco to Black Rock, Nevada. And just so you know, Black Rock, Nevada does not exist outside of Burning Man. Thus, a place on the map called Black Rock does not exist. The city is generated every year just for Burning Man. Let's see. Yes, Nina La Negra puts in there Omphalos, the navel of the universe. And let's see. Dr. Suzar. Oh, that was going to drive me crazy. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Suzar is the name of the author that wrote the book, The Great Black Mama of Creation. Yes. Personification of the conquering of the earth. Burning Man. Axis Mundi. Oh shit. Nina La Negra says 1990 adds up to 19 and Tiro is the sun card. I'm through. I'm through. But I love this. I love that y'all seeing what I'm seeing, that I'm not out here on some Looney Tune, that y'all seeing what we working with. Okay. Burning Man, there is an episode of Marduk Mysteries Murder Brit Detective Series. I ain't never even heard of that. What the heck? But I'm gonna tell you, there's something else that we should revisit. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was good. It got a little weird in the end. I think it was like 3 seasons. But Sleepy Hollow, the series with the black girl that plays the detective, and Ichabod Crane plays a guy who's been asleep for 250 years. Quite revealing. Who's been asleep for 250 years and wakes up because of a spell that was put on him to preserve his life until it's just a really interesting fusion, if you will, of Ichabod Crane, Sleepy Hollow, and the Headless Horseman. But in this series with this black girl, the Headless Horseman is the first who is sent back to pave the way for the other 3 writers to, quote, usher in the apocalypse in the end of days or some shit, right? It's a really interesting twist plot thing, but they get Ichabod Crane get really deep into, particularly because apparently he was a Freemason. This Ichabod Crane telling the story of who he was in the Revolutionary War, what his role was in the Revolutionary War under the direct leadership of George Washington, and is telling these stories that, quote, not in history books, end quote, correcting the stories in the modern world of what people believe about what's happening back during the Revolutionary War. And so he's like a super brain, but his area of expertise, if you will, was mostly secret because he was a high-ranking Freemason under George Washington, apparently, who was a 33rd degree Mason or something. He talks at length about like symbols and this, and it was I liked it. I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it for the nerdy shit. I mean, there's all the extra shit, you know, people heads you can cut off, all the extra that you need. That's fine. It was like the subtext of kind of fusing the story of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman, and Ichabod Crane, and superimposing it in a modern time, as this iconography is the beginning of the ushering of the end of days, and that the black girl who is a detective actually has a sister, a younger sister, very close in age. And these two girls, when they were teenagers, were told that they were going to be the, quote, witnesses, the two witnesses of the apocalypse. These two black girls were the witnesses. Yeah, I gotta go back and rewatch this series. The two black girls were the witnesses, and they were approached by Moloch in the woods when they were teenagers. So Moloch is in it too. So they were approached by Moloch in the woods, who told them, "Come and see." And it terrified them so much, what they saw, that it almost drove them crazy. But what happened was the girl knew what people would think if she told them what they saw, which was this horn-headed devil man telling them, come and see, like, come and see what's in store for you, because y'all gonna be the witnesses. Y'all are gonna see things other people can't see. That's what he was telling them. And so her younger sister was telling them, we saw this thing, and she saw how the grown-ups were responding to this, her sister's story. And so they asked her, and she was like, I didn't see shit. I don't know what she's talking about. I didn't see shit. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but I ain't see nothing. And so as teenagers, these two girls were split up, and her sister, who was unrelenting, she's like, I don't care what y'all do to me. I'm not walking back my story. I know what I saw. My sister is lying. She's scared, whatever. I'm not walking back my story. So she was institutionalized, and she had spent her teenage years all the way up to her adult years institutionalized for, quote, being crazy. Meanwhile, her sister is living whatever of the normal life of a police detective is in sleep. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. That is one that I am thinking I need to go back in. But anyway, this Marduk Mysteries, which I've never heard of, Marduk Mysteries Murder Mysteries, which is a British detective series. Okay. Let's see what else y'all talking about. Daniela says destroying animals and throwing off the balance of the environment is so common now. Did y'all hear about the alligator that just spontaneously procreated? Huh? Did y'all hear about the alligator who has not seen because she lives in some kind of like, you know, closed in environment. She's still outside, but she, you know, it's like a reserve, if you will. She lives in this protected environment, but she's the only alligator in the environment, and she hasn't seen another alligator in 16 years. And the scientists are freaking out because they were like, how she lay eggs? She laid a whole bunch of eggs. How the hell she lay eggs? There ain't no other alligators. And so all of the eggs were inert, but one. I think they said she laid 17 eggs. One of the eggs had an alligator in it. The alligator survived, hatched, and then they did, they did like a DNA test on the baby alligator, and the baby's DNA is 99.99% all her mother's DNA. And so right now today, scientists are freaking out because this large amphibian has spontaneously procreated. Anyway, let's see. So pre-Christian folk Europe, bats were creatures of the threshold. They emerged from caves, ruins, hollow trees, church towers, other places imagined as boundaries between the familiar world and the unknown. The bat is less the symbol of death than the creature that knows how to travel through death-like darkness and come out again. Thank you for that, Nina Lanegra. Okay. Let's see, 90% monsters seeking control, destroy, then recreate for greed and power. Terminator seeds in India, 400,000 farmers committed suicide. That's what I was telling y'all the other day. 400,000. Umbilical cord cutting from the mother. Yup. God Apollo is the soul Invictus. Yep. And Helios. Sleepy Hollow was so good until they forced Nicole Bari out. She's a wonderful actress. The show was great until season 3. That's probably why I don't think I stopped before she was out, but I don't think I even got all the way through season 3. The first 2 seasons were really, really good. Then I don't know. There was something about it that started getting kind of weird or annoying. And I think it has something to do with Ichabod Crane's wife. There was some plot twist. I think that's what it was. I don't remember. It's been some time. I think it was some plot twist with Ichabod Crane's wife or something. Or maybe the sister's white boyfriend that was what was he? A Wendigo? Was he a Wendigo or something? Something about one of the 2 of those white people in the plot twist that kind of annoyed me. And I was like, I gotta take off from this for a little while, and just never went back to it. Let's see. It got wonky after that. Then got canceled after a bland season 4. Okay. Because Pandora was in it too. The plot twist between Pandora and the black guy who played some Egyptian deity, I don't remember which one, but the plot twist between Pandora and the super black guy, there was something about that annoyed me to no end too. But like I said, I got to go back and watch it. But the first season was jamming. The first season, even the second season, but they never outdid the first season. The first season was jamming. It was jamming. Let's see, the 2 girls, in Sleepy Hollow, the 2 girls had a mom who was institutionalized as well. Okay, that's what it was. She could see ghosts or something. That's right. I do remember that. And think she died in an asylum. And her, yes. See, bringing all of this back. Yeah, I got to go back and revisit that. And the ghost came back to warn Detective Abby. Okay. See, I love hearing these cases of parthenogenesis. Me too. She say, let's go alligators. Let's go animals. Now, just so you know, in case you didn't, the alligator is sacred to the goddess Oshun. Very, 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 very highly revered. totem of the goddess Oshun. It's one of her totems they don't talk about as often as like the peacock and the honeybee, but alligators are highly revered, very sacred in the cult of Oshun. Also in ancient Egypt, the alligator was highly revered. Somebody says, okay, Nina Little Negative says the black girls in Ichabod Crane story are our gores institutionalized for being crazy. Let's go, Parthenogenesis. Y'all are going off about this alligator story. And Nina Little Negra says alligators are prehistoric dragons. Not prehistoric. Not prehistoric. The goddess Terawet. Yeah, that's right. No, not prehistoric. I used to say that shit all the time. Alligators are dinosaurs, not a descendant of dinosaurs, not the distant relative of dinosaurs. Alligators are dinosaurs, bitch. I remember sitting on the front porch of my girlfriend's house, and her house was literally directly across a little tiny street from Lake Maggiore in St. Petersburg, Florida. And Lake Maggiore was notorious for the alligators because it had eventually become protected because so many people were poaching the alligators in Lake Maggiore. So they had to federally ban people from killing the alligators. So I'm sitting out on my homegirl's front porch doing her hair when all of a sudden, literally rock throwing distance from the porch. That's how close her front yard was to the water. And all of a sudden we see an alligator head bob up to the surface of the water. I was like, oh my God, it's an alligator. She's like, girl, all day, every day. I said, yeah, look at him. Oh my gosh, he's pretty big. And so I'm thinking big alligator. You feel me? I see his little head. I was like, okay, yeah, he looked like he might be about 6 feet, girl. She said, yeah, they be big like that these days. Girl, he was just slow rolling across our view, and then something happened, and so he whipped his tail out. I said, oh my God, because I was used to seeing 5 to 6 foot alligators regularly as a regular occurrence in Florida. Baby, this alligator flicked his tail out of the water. We both at the same time were like, oh shit, he had to be 10 feet, easily 10 feet. Easily. I wouldn't even doubt it if somebody said he was bigger than that. He was enormous. I was like, ain't nobody gonna tell me dinosaurs ain't real. He was enormous. Just minding his business, just no gates, no fences, just do. I was like, yes, they are dinosaurs, bitch. And they say that by the time an alligator grows to be about 6 feet, typically their average age is 85 years old. 85. Child, Alligators, sharks. What's a cassowary? What's a cassowary? I ain't never even heard of that. What's a cassowary? And so many other creatures who are actually ancient, also dinosaurs. So cool. What's a cassowary? I don't know what that is. Okay, it looks like I'm at the end of this. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So let me look at what y'all sent me the other day. I don't think there were many questions. I'm sitting here looking at the chat from the other day to see what questions I might have missed or not gotten to. Interesting. I think y'all were also caught up in the my 2-hour answering of the first question about GERD and LPR. Y'all are tripping. Yeah, we talked about that a long time. Because even in the comment section, most of your comments and feedbacks is what I'm talking to the first person's question was about. So I knew most people were going to get something from it, even though I spent that much time on it. Because it's literally one of the most common things when I was practicing full time. It was literally one of the most common things people would come in for. Is some version of gastrointestinal issues, whether it was GERD or whether it was like alternating diarrhea and constipation. That was another huge one. Let's see. Yeah, all y'all messages. Zuhar was like, "Go deep. We like it deep, Cassandra." Let's see. And then I guess this is the point where I started talking about the second question, which was the sister who had a dream about spiders, and then all of a sudden she was seeing spiders. Let's see. So, okay, Kimmy Love says, I used to have a lot of spider dreams and seeing large spiders when waking up until my spiritual remembrance. Spiders are master builders. Yes. And you have said that tricksters are psychopomps, right? So that came from Consider the Mango. So even the concept, because after we got off that call, I did pull something out. I need to get something to drink real quick. We spent a lot of time talking about the concept of the psychopomp on that same live where we were doing the Q&A. And after I got off that call, so I'll do it now since it's come up again. Man, I needed that. So I felt like I needed to clarify the way that I think I did an okay job. But after we got off that live, I was like, no, I should say something more about it. Because the context with which I am always talking about the iconography of the psychopomp is always the current way with which the psychopomp is presented to us. Okay? Let me know if I'm being obtuse, if I need to sharpen and clarify. But when the way that I have been talking about all of these different deities from all of these different cultures and the characteristics most present that will always inform you of if this character that you're currently witnessing is a psychopomp, the telltale signs that a character in a movie listen, it's huge in music. Ooh, it's huge in music. Is this person being presented to you as a psychopomp? Now that I've given you the symbols, it can become easy to see in movies. But the other thing that I neglected to say is that actual living human beings that are forced to play the character of the psychopomp is so pervasive in music that it's sobering. And we'll call it everything but what it is. For example, we will call it cooning. We will call it shucking and jiving. We will call it what else we call it? Cooning, shucking and jiving, selling out, Uncle Tomish. I'm telling you, if the world is a ritual, okay? If the world is a ritual, then instead of defaulting to these superficial icons that we have accepted as deflection, by the way, and go deeper into what the iconography is telling you, the Sambo, the minstrel, the whole black face with the white lips and exaggerated characteristics. This is the modern psychopomp. How, quote, Lil Wayne went from a serious, New Orleans. If you look back at his old stuff, pretty conscious. The stuff that he was putting out before he got really, really big around like Katrina and stuff like pretty gangster shit, pretty conscious shit, right? From that to what he is now is so typical of the modern psychopomp. Not only him, Nicki Minaj is classic psychopomp iconography within the context of a ritual. What role does the psychopomp play in ritual, in ceremony? What role does the psychopomp play? Nicki Minaj is a psychopomp. She don't have to be aware that that's how she's been played. That's how her career has been guided, shaped, and molded. She didn't have to be aware. Not only her, I can go down the list. I could go, oh my God, this is going to be a topic. I'm going to put a pin in it. This is going to be a topic. Let me write it down. Of the history, child. Yep, this is going to be a topic. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So keep that in mind. Anytime you've heard me over the last several months talk about, it's mostly been movies, but this music thing just hit me like a ton of bricks. But it's mostly been movies and symbols, hidden symbolism in modern movies. It doesn't even have to be something as overt as like the clown. Every time you see the clown, you're looking at a psychopomp. I don't give a fuck what the circumstances are. I do not care. You're looking at a psychopomp. They do not have to be aware this is the role that they are playing. Do you understand? Anytime you're looking at, but it doesn't even have to be that overt, the clown. It can be a character who, even in a quote serious movie, is always the one person cracking jokes at the most inappropriate times, whether it's to deal with their fear or whatever. That'll be the person cracking jokes. For example, I told y'all I went to see Spider-Man the last, and I have some things to say about that. I'm gonna do a separate live on that because I have some things to say about the Spider-Man movie, especially subsequent to seeing it. I didn't know, I had not been up on game, but apparently there is a massive amount of controversy around not only this most recent Spider-Man movie, but the Spider-Man franchise that I was not aware of. That, to be honest, if I was aware of this controversy before I went, I wouldn't have gone. That's how serious I am. I had no idea. All this deep diving I be doing, and it was totally off my radar. I hadn't seen a Spider-Man movie since the Tobey Maguire days. So I wasn't up on it until a couple of days after, and I was like, oh man, I wish I would have known the controversy. But anyway, I still took notes. I'm still going to do a breakdown of what I saw. But I remember when I was watching the movie, because again, I haven't watched a Spider-Man movie since, I don't know, the early 2000s or whatever. I was like, oh my God, it never occurred to me that Spider-Man is a psychopath. Spider-Man is a psychopath. Spider-Man is a psychopath. Not only is Spider-Man a psychopath, but that was the thing that made it stand out. Was like, even in like, fight scenes where death is imminent or whatever, he just escapes, for his life or whatever, he'll crack a joke at just the most, inappropriate time. I was like, oh shit. I never even thought about it because I didn't have that information to think about it. You know what I'm saying? But once he made that joke, I was like, oh shit, yeah, he's a psychopath, of course, right? Then I started seeing all the things that made him a psychopath. I didn't even go into the movie theater thinking that. It was when he made this one particular joke that I was like, duh. Of course Spider-Man is a psychopath. Why? Because of his webs, he can fluidly move between realms. What I mean by realms is he can be on the ground and the next second he can be high up in the air. Can't nobody else do that, right? He can whoop, right? Plus, there's something I bet that most of you did not know about Spider-Man, about even a concept of a Spider-Man. Did you know that most spider species, that the only casters of the webs are the females? Did you know that? I didn't know it till recently, and I just saw this documentary on spiders. And did you know that? I did not know that. Let's see. Let me go back down here. I think that's yeah. Did y'all know that? Let me see. Are y'all still talking to me in here? Y'all sleepy? Okay, let's see. Okay, we was talking about the alligator. I didn't know what a cassowary was. In the Dominican Republic, they have 6 to 8 foot iguanas. What? What? That's crazy. But yeah, so he goes, between realms very easily. Telltale sign of a psychopomp. Cracks jokes. He's the jokester. That's the childlike aspect of him. So he cracks jokes at weird and inconvenient times. That's telltale psychopomp iconography. As a matter of fact, what's the other super characters? I've never seen either of the movies because he just always seemed like weird to me. But what's his name? What's his name? Is it Deadpool? Is that his name? Is that his name? Deadpool with the dude with the mask on his face and the two swords? I think that's his name. He wears red and black. I think that's his name. But Deadpool is an even more obvious psychopomp. The swords strapped across his back literally form the crossroads, right? The X literally forms the crossroads. That's how he wears his swords. He literally wears Legba Eshu's colors, red and black, right? His eye patches, so his whole outfit is red and black, but his eyes, the patches on his eyes are white, like Spider-Man. His outfit is red and blue, which is still psychopomp iconography, right? And his eye things are black with big white eyes, right? So Deadpool is an obvious psychopomp, literally fashioned after Legba Eshu. You can't tell me otherwise. Literally designed, fashioned after Legba Eshu. Spider-Man is the cracking jokes and all that stuff. So he goes from cracking jokes to severe heartbreak. You feel me? Like all that kind of complicated shit. But anyway, the other thing that was really interesting again is he is flinging these webs all over the place, right? And then I remember it's very recently, 3-4 weeks ago, maybe, I saw a documentary, and this documentary was talking about how few spider species from around the world where the males throw webs, that it is almost exclusively the female spider from several different species that throw webs, that cast webs. On the other hand, there are several spider species that are males that after a female will construct a spider web as a part of his, quote, dominant mating rituals, will literally start at the bottom of her web while she is at the top of her web and literally deconstruct her web. Will clip the strings, clip, rolling up the web, while at the same time putting his booty juice on. Putting his booty juice all over the strings of the web. What did they call it? It's essentially his pheromones, but they called it something specific. I forget what they called it. But so she way at the top of her web that she done spent all day building. And so he waits until she's way up high so he can start at the foundation of the home that she has built and literally start clipping the threads and rolling them up with his booty juice. So his booty juice go into the web as he's clipping, so that his booty juice conceals her pheromones, because his pheromones become dominant, conceals her pheromones so no other, quote, potential suitors can grab her attention. So he is destroying her home that she spent all day building, covering it with his man stank. Oh my God. Covering it with his man stank to hide her pheromones from any other males that would have the same idea that he has had. I watched this documentary, and the way the woman who was like, you know, the narrator for the documentary, first of all, she had me cackling out loud because she wasn't talking like a sterile, funny, like British narrator. She was telling the story how she saw the story, right? It was hilarious. But that was when I learned, and she talked about the various spider species where this is the case. So I'm like, did these authors of this character know this and deliberately invert? I'm just saying, it's a theory. Okay, so let's see. I'll never forgive the black male widow for being such an incel. Right. Okay, so I went on that because the last time we were on here, I was saying that I do recognize, because somebody just asked about it in this, and it was, I think it was in response to when I was talking to the sister who asked the question about why she's seeing spiders everywhere all of a sudden, and I told her she needed to get a reading, but that in every that in Ifa tradition, the spider is a psychopath. Is not a psychopath. The spider is a totem, one of the chief totems of the Orisha Obatala, and the spider is not, quote, called a trickster in Ifa tradition. The spider is called the crafty, right? The spider is called the crafty because of its relationship to Obatala. And Obatala, you know, is given credit for shaping, quote, Obatala the potter, shaping human beings. He is, Obatala is crafty, meaning many skilled. And so the animals that become analogous to the Orisha Obatala, first of all, they tend to exist outside the realms of normal. Any animal that exists outside the realm of, quote, normal is considered a totem of Obatala. For example, because Obatala is the god of the white cloth, right? Any animal that is born albino any animal that is born albino is considered a like a sign of Obatala. If you see an albino animal, it is a sign of Obatala, right? Spiders, because the number, excuse me, this is so wild. Obatala, the number, so each Orisha has a number that's associated with them. So for example, Oshun is the number 5. Yemaya is the number 7. Oya is the number 9. Alegba Eshu is the number 3. The number for Obatala is the number 8. Isn't that something? The number for Obatala is the number 8. And so this is why the spider becomes a totem animal of Obatala, because they are 8-legged. They're not white, but they're 8-legged. So this is why the spider becomes a totem of Obatala. Child, I am. Oh my God. Yo, why they play in our face like that? Oh my God. Yo. Now, I had this moment the other night that I refused to let myself descend into. I teetered on it a little bit when I was talking to you guys about living in Oyotunji African village, and the whole, we were talking about Sagittarius and how it was blowing my mind because I didn't recognize that the ritual where the king of the village enters the village on top of a horse with a bow and arrow, then goes into his palace for 3 days as dead, and then is reborn. So he enters as Sagittarius and comes out as a Babaluaye. So he enters in as Oshosi. Yes, he enters in as Oshosi, Sagittarius, and then he emerges after, quote, 3 days as Babaluaye. And I was having this whole moment because, oh my God, I didn't know about the Ifa cosmogony and astrology, and it was blowing my mind, and there was so much deeper in there, right? And I told you that even though the Oba, the king, represents, that's why every single festival, they do a festival 12 months, they do a festival every month of the year for a different Orisha, but the king becomes in that month, in that festival, the personification of whatever Orisha is being personified. Do you hear what I'm saying? Even though the king of the village is the personification, because every king of Oyotunji African village, see, I can't get into this, but every king of the village has automatically is crowned Obatala. How did I not see this? It's automatically crowned Obatala. The first, oh my, I can't get back into this, y'all. I can't. But I'm having another moment now when I'm talking to you about the spider thing again, right? And how the spider becomes analogous to Obatala. And I've talked to y'all about this before in the creation story, in the Ifa creation story, the Yoruba creation story. It is this story about how the 7 African powers, or the 7 primary Orisha, right, are sent from Olorun, sent from heaven to earth to prepare the earth for the arrival of humans, to prepare the earth for humans. Of the 7 African powers that are sent to earth, Oshun is the only female Orisha sent to earth. The others are Obatala, Ogun, Obatala, Ogun, shoot. Nope, Yemanya's not present first. I have to think about that. But in the beginning, is 6 males, and Oshun is the only female Orisha sent to Earth to make way for the preparation of humans. Obatala, Obatala was responsible for shaping the humans, sending the humans back to Olorun for Olodumare to breathe life into them and send them back. Well, the story is that Obatala was getting bored because everybody else was doing their own thing, and he got bored, and so he found a palm tree and decided he was going to make himself some palm wine, and started drinking. And he's making humans, and he's drinking, and he's having a good old time. But as he gets drunker and drunker and drunker, the humans get weirder and weirder and weirder, right? Some of them are like giantess, and some are midgets, and some are malformed, and some are albino. This is the story about how, quote, albinos came to be. So some don't have no color, some are misshapen. And so in the tradition, if a person is born with any type of physical, quote, abnormality, they are automatically considered children of Obatala. But let me just tell you the moment that I just had, because I've been telling y'all for months that we got to get into how the patriarchy inserted itself into the, quote, traditions of our ancestors, and is currently showing itself in those ways that we've never been made to see. I've been telling y'all for months that I've been having a real problem with this, with Obatala in particular, because he is the most obvious. It was like so obvious. It's like, how do we like completely walk by it? Obatala, the god of the white cloth, where you see all these Africans dressed head to toe in the white cloth for ceremonial reasons, right? But when you see images, paintings, pictures of Obatala, the personification of Obatala, and the significance of Obatala is that it is Obatala that is said to govern your Ori. Your Ori is your consciousness. It's your conscious mind. It's your subconscious. It's the whole of your consciousness. That is your Ori, right? And it is said in the tradition that the first God is your Ori, that you never have to admonish or worship Orisha as long as you, quote, worship and venerate your own Ori, right? So your Ori, which is the personification of your consciousness, your entire consciousness, subconscious, conscious and subconscious and so on and so forth, is said to be governed by Obatala, the god of the white cloth. And so we see images of Obatala dressed head to toe in white cloth with a typically with a white head wrap on, but a big, brilliant white light, so bright coming out of his forehead that you cannot even see his face. All you can detect is the blackness of his face, but you cannot see his face, right? This is actually a very standard, iconic expression of the power of Obatala over all Ori, because in South American and Cuban, Puerto Rican, and Brazilian, like Candomblé and Voodoo, when you see the Orisha that are from the iconic presentations of Orisha in the Western Hemisphere, all of their eyes are hidden by these white pearly things like a veil that comes. Look for Oshun in Lukumi or in Santeria or Candomblé or whatever. Even when you see festival and you see the big parades to the Orisha, they all have these little beaded white veils so that their eyes cannot be seen. That is not traditional in the West African practice of Ifa. But in the Western Hemisphere, this veiling of all the Orisha's eyes is supposed to be a nod to this idea that Obatala governs all Ori. Governs all Ori, the Ori of Orisha and the Ori of humans, right? Is so nasty. So nasty. Because when Obatala gets drunk and starts sending all these weirdly shaped and colored mutant type-esque humans up to Olodumare, and Olodumare is like, okay, and sends them back. It gets to a point where he's like, okay, enough is enough. What is going on with Obatala? He sees Obatala passed out under the palm tree drunk, right? And so this is the part of the story that most people in the tradition don't continue to talk about, is that Oshun had to pick up where he left off because he could not finish the task. Oshun created the rest of humanity as the potter. She finished the job. She finished her job and his job because he got so passed out drunk. And so as, quote, punishment for this transgression of his, from that day to the rest of forever, it is said that Obatala, listen, the creator of albinos. It is said that the god of Obatala, people who are devotees of Obatala, cannot enjoy food and drink. That they must take their food bland. They must take their food with no seasoning and no salt. They can only drink water. They cannot enjoy food and water. Does that sound like somebody we might know? Cannot use seasoning or salt on their food? Does that sound like someone that we know? Anyway. And as it relates to the village, everybody that becomes, quote, king of the village right away must be, they must be initiated into the cult of Obatala. Every king has been initiated to the cult of Obatala. I started telling y'all the other night, the first king of Oyotunji African village. Oh my God. The first king of Oyotunji African village. And this is not something that is gossip. This was told, because I came from his lineage. This was told to me by one of his great grandsons, who at the time was writing a historical biography of Osurjiman Adefumi I. He was the first king of Oyotunji African village. At the time that I was a devotee in Olori Temple in Tampa, this young man, who was a fireman, was pulling together the research on his great-grandfather's life to do like a complete biography of the king's life. And what he told me, maybe I should keep my mouth shut. I don't need nobody trying to cast no juju on me. Maybe I should keep my mouth shut until this brother finishes his book. Because what he told me would explain so much about the moment that I'm having right now. Like I said, it's not a gossip. It's not even a bad thing. in and of itself, but where these iconographies and the patriarchal, and the psychopomp shit, I can't. Okay, let me talk about psychopomp, because again, the last thing I'm gonna say is the way that I've been talking about the psychopomp all this time is through the lens that we currently have, which is a world dominated by patriarchy. So in a world dominated by patriarchy, the psychopomp is always going to, as a trickster, as a joker, as a gesture, as a minstrel, as an actor, under the global singular Godhead, under the singular Godhead of the global murder cult. You hear me? Under a singular Godhead, a many-faced Godhead of a global murder cult, the psychopomp. If the Godhead is a god of war, a god of murder, a god of brigandage, a god of famine, a god of apocalypse, and all that shit, then the psychopomp's presentation will be that which serves the ruling Godhead. So under the Godhead of a global murder cult, the psychopomp will, its ease and its ability to move between realms, to demonstrate different faces like the theater mask. Happy 1 second, sad the other. Happy 1 second, mean the other. The psychopomp will always be a harbinger of death. They do not have to be conscious of that. They do not have to be historically aware of the role of the psychopomp. By virtue of this singular body represented as a globe, the axis mundi. When you see the anima mundi, which is the earth, and the anima mundi, the goddess personified all over the earth as singular, standing firmly on the earth, holding the strings to anchor the earth in its rotation as she facilitates this motion between earth and the universe. The anima mundi as the harbinger or the facilitator of transformation from self, from cosmic self to material self. She is the harbinger of life. The only way that life, as you understand it, can occur is through her actual body. So the axis mundi, that same iconography is now taken from the uterus and personified on the phallus, and the phallus becomes synonymous with the arrows, with the swords. I'm talking about iconography like in your tarot. The arrows, the swords, the wands, the staffs, all of this iconography hijacked by the Godhead who rules the world through his phallus. His phallus becomes synonymous with bombs. That's not my opinion. That's the language used in war. The gun becomes synonymous with his phallus. The sword becomes synonymous with his phallus. The arrows become synonymous with his phallus. Even remember when we were reading in the Great Cosmic Mother, this is not a new occurrence. Even back in pre-patriarchal goddess worshiping societies, even during the hunting-gathering epoch, what did she say? She said that the reason that the, quote, wounds that the hunters would receive in the hunt, they would look forward to receiving wounds in the hunt because the breaking of their skin in the hunt, they felt like the breaking of their skin was analogous to having a vulva. They saw a wound in battle, a wound in the hunt, as the same type of powerful of the quote, the blood that comes from no wound, the cyclical monthly bleeding of their female counterparts. So if the pre-patriarchal genetic cultural memory is that the womb is analogous to the vagina, and so the arrow becomes analogous to what quote opens the vagina for the new spirit to be born. You hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying? So the gun, the anything that breaks the skin becomes analogous to the deadly attributes, and that's why under a patriarchal society, no, sex is mostly violent. The way you talk about sex is violent. The way you talk about relationships to get sex is violent. The manipulation, the roles that we have to play, the faces that we have to put. That's why everything in this society becomes analogous to war and domination, famine and starvation. All of that shit is because everything is meant to facilitate that which the Godhead needs most. And under this particular Godhead that we all are confronted with, death is what he needs. Blood is what he needs. Flesh is what he needs. See? So the reason I'm specifying that is because what was the role of the psychopomp prior to the consolidation of the Godhead of War? What was the role of the psych? Because the psychopomp is only going to facilitate and serve in the interest of the ruling Godhead. So when the ruling Godhead was the mother in her many, 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 many faces, what was the role of the psychopomp? Well, let's just see what Barbara G. Walker has to say about it, because apparently she has a lot to say about it. So let's see. So I'm looking back in the symbols and sacred objects. So the first place that she references the concept of the psychopomp is on page 85 for those that might be following. Okay, it's under the section of the caduceus. Well, that's interesting. So she's showing the image of the pre-Hermetic and the pre-Mercurial iconography of the caduceus, which is 2000 BC in Sumeria. Let's see. She says in Mesopotamia, intertwined snakes represented the healing god Ningishzida, one of the lovers of the goddess Ishtar. This god's symbol was a staff round, which a double-sexed two-headed serpent called Shashan was coiled. Biblical writers renamed the healing serpent Nehushtan, worshiping it as an early form of the God of Moses, according to Numbers 21:9 and 2 Kings 18:4. Greeks adopted a similar double snake symbol for their medicinal god Asclepius. The same healing emblem was found in ancient India and also in the Americas among the Aztec and North American Indians. Classical Greek writers claimed that Hermes inherited the caduceus in his character of the conductor of souls, or Psychopompus. It was said that his magic staff had enough healing power to raise even the dead from Hades and bring them back to the light of day. Early versions of the Hermetic caduceus topped the staff with a solar disc bearing horns in the shape of the snake's head. like the present sigil of Hermes Mercury. Some advised the story that the caduceus was first invented by the two-sexed sage Tiresias of Thebes, who stuck a cane between two copulating snakes and discovered that their orderly arrangement around the staff provided mystic clues to the cosmic geometry. The symbol was, however, much older than the legends of Tiresias. This ancient symbol is preserved even today as a universal emblem of the medical profession. All right, so that's the first thing she has to say about it. 204. Okay, this is under Hermes. So Mercury again, essentially the sign of Hermes was the original sign of the cross that Christians traced on their heads and breasts. That is the number 4, which is Hermes's sacred number. That's interesting. Just Hermes' sacred number. He was also known as the fourfold god. That's really interesting. As the fourfold god. He was known, he also had many other names and titles. He was the Roman Mercury, the Egyptian Thoth, and the early medieval Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great Hermes, legendary founder of astrology, alchemy, and other occult sciences. Sufis claimed Hermes as an adept of their craft. He was amalgamated with Anubis in Hermanubis because, like the jackal god, he was a god in the underworld and the conductor of souls, aka Psychopomp. He was amalgamated with Aphrodite herself as Hermaphroditus. Let's see. Who do we know that uses no salt and no seasoning in their food? Atlas, what is the story originally female? It's so crazy that you say that, because when we were reading at the top of the live, I wanted to read the section I wanted to read after I read August to you was Atlas, and I was like, oh, we're gonna have to come back to it, but it's relevant. And then you talk about Atlas was the story. Yep. I don't know. I may have to go back to it, but anyway, he was amalgamated into Hermaphroditus, whereby he learned his great wisdom and magical powers. He became her wise serpent, later revered by the Gnostics as Ouroboros, or Ophis, a king of heaven and the revealer of mysteries. As a phallic god, he was worshipped as Hermeswell or Emunsul in Germany, in the form of a huge column of the world. The Church of Saint Peter now stands on the same spot. Early Christians viewed Hermes as a Christ-like figure. From Hermetic worship, they borrowed the logos spermaticos, the seminal word. I went off on this the other day. Let me hit y'all up. Maybe I'll save it. It's already almost 5 hours. Maybe I'll save it. But people who are really serious about the Jesus thing, right? Who get called or whatever, they will go to seminary, right? Like our great teacher, Mary Daly, she went to seminary, right? Somebody alluded to it earlier, as a matter of fact, but I didn't say it out loud. Hold on. So we got, somebody alluded to it when we were talking about the Pope. You were saying that the Pope is called the Holy See. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Okay. There's something else. Okay, well, we'll start with that. So she says that, okay, so Hermes is also, she doesn't say this here, but she alludes to it. Hermes, because we were talking about hermaphrodite earlier, right? How Hermes, disguising himself as a woman to enter into the temple, into Aphrodite's temple to, quote, steal the secrets of love, right? Hermes, Aphrodite, hermaphrodite, right? And so, because he was a consort, he was the son of Aphrodite. And then it talks about here how the Hermaphroditus, whereby he learned the great wisdom and magical powers, he became her wise serpent, later revered by the Gnostics as Ouroboros. The Ouroboros is the serpent of the temple's logo, right? Tattooed on my belly all big and shit, right? Is this story of Hermes, aka Mercury, the psychopomp, the story of how the she became he? You feel what I'm saying? Because up until this time, the serpent, without deviation in every culture, was always seen as female. The serpent was always seen as female. The Leviathan of the Bible was seen as female and addressed as female. Up until this moment, and so her word of creation becomes logos spermaticos, or the seminal word. What does seminal mean? Somebody mentioned it earlier, how the Pope is called the Holy See, right? Now you got seamen, that's what you call, that's the old name for sailors, pirates in particular, seamen. And then you've got seamen. You've got the sea from which seamen sail, and you've got the Holy See. And then you've got the seminal word that she was just talking about, right? The, quote, logos through which everything comes to be, come to exist. Didn't we talk about that a couple hours ago? And then you've got seminal fluid, which is spermaticos, can hope to become in their journey through the seminal fluid. Okay, so you go to seminary, right, to become a seaman. Anyway, let's see. The seminal word that the pagan god incarnated, and they applied it to their own savior. Let's see. Okay, yeah. All right. So, according to Lactinius, Hermes was a divine prophet, nearly the equal of Christ. Hermes knew almost the whole verity. Like Buddha, he was called the enlightened one. Hermes' sacred number sign rose. Hermes' sacred number sign arose from the moon boat, right? And so this is the symbol that they're talking about, by the way. The number 4 that looks like it. Can y'all see that? The number 4 that looks like it's traveling on a boat. Well, what does that boat look like? It looks like a crescent moon and a sail. Don't that number 4 look like a sail? Well, aren't we always talking about Ra and his solar boat? Well, this here says Hermes traveled as the enlightened one, and the sacred number sign arose from the moon boat emblem of his virgin mother, Maya, whose Asian form was Maya, M-A-I-A, whose Asian form was M-A-Y-A, Virgin Mother of Buddha, the Enlightened One. Now, don't they say today that most Buddhists and Hindus, as a matter of fact, will say Maya is means illusion. Illusion. But here it says that the original meaning of Maya was the mother of the Virgin Hermes, or Buddha, the Enlightened One. The same figure number 4 is found in the Chinese concept of the primal arrangement attributed to the all-purpose Chinese culture hero Fu Shi. It was brought to him by a dragon horse from the Yellow River, Ho. Thus was called the Hotu. This primal arrangement was a series of 9 numbers presented by groups of dots tracing the figure number 4. I think that's because this goes on about the psychopomp. So if you have the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, just go to the index, because she still has a lot to say about the psychopomp. 270. There was something in particular, but that was good, because she talks about Hermes as a consort to Aphrodite. Now, in the story, in the Roman telling of the story of who we call in the Greek Aphrodite and Hermes, were always more presented with kind of like a teenage kind of playful version of Hermes. In the Roman iconography associated with that, with those two deities, it is Venus and Cupid. It's Venus, the goddess Venus, and her child Cupid. Cupid is always seen as a cute little chubby-esque babies with little wings, right? And there was a reason I was going to say that. Oh, because listen, in terms of the psychopomp and what the psychopomp's presentation will be, depending upon the dominant godhead. So whenever you see images of Aphrodite and Hermes, but in particular Venus and Cupid, whenever you see images of the goddess, the baby, it's always the baby that's around her. He's chubby, he's cute, he's playful, he's got little wings, he's a little fat cutie patootie. There are multiple babies around her feet or around her legs, right? Or looking over her shoulder. It's always the obvious relationship between a mother and her newborn baby. That constant, like, oh my God, my little squishy love nugget, I just cannot get enough of them. That's my little baby. He's still a psychopomp because as a baby, he has just come from one realm to another through the crossroads, which is her vagina, from the dark to the light. This little chubby, cute, fat baby, enlightened one, enlightened at birth. Enlightened at birth. This is why whenever you see the early Roman iconography of the goddess of love, Venus, and her little baby Cupid, this is the love that is being personified as the goddess of love. It is the love, the insane, crazy, ever-present love between a mother and her baby. That's the love that it's talking about. It's not, quote, the later romantic love where the Cupid becomes this little wicked, evil little bastard that's going around shooting people with an arrow in the chest. And the other thing I will say about that iconography is that Venus and her baby Cupid as the personification of love, right, is made malignant when That's those same cute little squishy babies that you see all over Venus in all of these different paintings all over the walls of the cathedrals and all of this stuff. And she looks happy and the babies look happy. And then you start to see these images that get very dark, very, very, very monstrously dark. You see an old lion-faced Saturn, a lion-faced Kronos with the bodies of two babies in his hands whose heads have been eaten. That is in the painting by Francisco Goya, petitioned by the Pope to paint Saturn devouring his children. But the story doesn't say he bit their heads off. The story said that because they're still immortals, the story said that he swallowed them whole. Bloop, bloop. So why would the Pope petition one of the most famous Spanish painters of the time to paint this macabre painting of Saturn with a lion's face, but the lion is always associated with the sun? So why do you have a Saturn, aka Kronos, with a lion's face with two dangling babies' bodies in his hands with their heads torn off, called Saturn Devours His Children? Was it that the Pope was just a weirdo that was into cannibalism? Is that what he was trying to say in his very expensive painting by the world's most famous painter at the time? No, because every last one of these images, every last one of these stories is about who we are as humans within the context of where we are in the universe. What time is it on the galactic clock? You see what I'm saying? And so he petitioned a prophecy guaranteed by a particular period on the galactic clock. He was telling an astrological and astronomical story in Saturn devouring his children. And so after this painting, you start to see all of these paintings throughout the country being petitioned of an old crickety Father Time who got a cane in one hand and he might have an hourglass in the other hand, but he is still holding that cane while he's got the body of the cute, but still cute little squishy baby Cupid babies, love babies. But he, as Father Time, is tearing out, gobbling up the babies and shit. And this is still called love. And they'll say, oh, it's just a metaphor for how time devours all. No, it's not a metaphor. He's literally, these paintings, which were all propaganda, by the way. This was the propaganda of the age at the height of the power of the church. This was propaganda. This was the propaganda used to keep people in line on the one hand, using fear and terror, and on the other hand, to make sure they never looked back at the iconography associated with Saturn, who had been now transformed from a beautiful, loving goddess, mother, ops, Ceres, MamiWata, your grandmama, the big fat jolly goddess who you knew you was gonna eat good when you get to grandma's house. That's what she represented. So she is transformed from the loving, the ever giving, the this and this and this and this, who loves babies around her playing. Hence Venus having all these little squishy fat babies playing and laughing and smiling around her all the time. And then you go to this other icon of the sky that has been given a sex change from a young, vibrant, beautiful, giving, loving mother to an old, white, long, stringy, gray hair, crickety hunchback with a cane or a sieve and an hourglass that he's holding tight, because now he controls time, because he controls women's bodies, which is what the hourglass represents. And in his controlling of women's bodies, everything that she gives birth to is his right to consume. So every time you see these images, you see some old cracker consuming the bodies of babies. It's literal. It's not figurative. It's not a metaphor for time. It's literally what we are watching in real time today. But because we don't understand symbols an iconography and astrological metaphor, we will look at that and say, oh, that's just a metaphor for how time, devours us all. No, look at that image and then talk about the plethora of Epstein-esque motherfuckers that exist around the world and get away with it, quote, because they control time. What's time? That hourglass that he's holding right in the center for dear life, which you've been told represents the woman's body. Why? Because every place on earth, what does the hour mean? It means the holy whore. It means the priestess that governs time. What does it mean? More specifically, everybody that has a uterus that has the potential, whether they choose to or not, that has the potential to take abstract ether and condense it in their bodies and transform it into matter that has a whole new destiny, a whole new person, a whole new world. So the baby, in service to the goddess, does exactly what you see all these pre-patriarchal paintings, where the early paintings, right? She's always beautiful. She's always naked. The baby's always naked. And the baby's playing in the mama hair, and the baby's looking over the mama's shoulder, and the baby's rolling around on the mama's feet. Every image that you see, it's just love. It's just love. And then, quote, paternal love. The love of the father is strict and rigid and forceful and abusive and secretive and it devoured. Anyway. So, just to be clear, the playfulness of modern psychopomps is where you get the, quote, tricky, trickster aspect of psychopomps. It's no longer playful. The trickster nature would be playful under the mother. It would be like you see with Venus and her little squishy babies, or great grandmother Crone and her little grandbabies. That's the playful aspect that we attribute to Alekba, to funny clowns and this, that, and the other. And then you see some clown movie that has ruined clowns forever for you, because that is the nature of the clown under the father. It is to appear innocent. It is to appear safe with sinister intentions, with sinister background, with sinister intentions. All right? And I'm going to stop saying sinister, because sinister means to the left, right? That's where your heart is. We're going to start saying dexterous intentions, because Dexter means to the left. To the right. Dexter means to the left. Dexter means to the right. Sinister means to the left, or towards the mother. That's what it means. That's why Dexter, the serial killer, that's why his name is Dexter. I'm telling you, because he's a psychopath. Remember that series we love so much about Dexter, the, quote, good serial killer? He is totally a psychopath. He is totally a psychopath. You understand? Anyway. Damn, I could do this all night. You remember I was telling y'all, this is the last thing I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna get up off of here. Oh shit. Damn. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. So it must not have been. I'm gonna have to remember to get into that, because I was totally going to read that section on Atlas, and I was like, nah, I don't want to get too deep. Let me go on to something else. But now, as soon as I get up off here, I'm gonna read it tonight. Orpheus, Ophiuchus, Ouroboros. Ouroboros, though, is also associated with Oh my God. I can't think. It's too late and I can't think. So we're gonna have to close this out. But let's see. So hopefully that cleared that up. The whole reason I went into the thing about Hermes Trismegistus, that particular story that she told is the point where now, for the first time, the snake becomes synonymous no longer with the mouth of the serpent, that is the woman's vaginal canal. Now the serpent becomes analogous with the penis. This is where the transformation happens. This is where the transformation happens. So they take over the magic, the mystery, this always associated, the secrets always associated with the serpent. But now, let's see. Drumpf drew an infamous hourglass pic for Einstein's birthday book, and Drumpf, granddaddy, made his money from controlling women's body in Yukon. That's right. Right. See how y'all be listening? That's how I know y'all be listening. See how we drawing these things together? Yes. Yes. Because he made the Trump family, the origin of the Trump family wealth is Granddaddy Trump was a prostitute, was a pimp, was a famous pimp. He got rich off prostitution. Sure did. And I will say, I'm always talking about y'all ugly ass president. And I'm always talking about how he is a 39-time convicted felon. Just because he's a convicted felon don't mean he was the only felon. The Kennedys got their wealth, the origin of their wealth was bootlegging. They were the biggest bootleggers during Prohibition, right? So most of these presidents, the origins of their wealth was in the illegal economies that existed at that time. That's what I'm always telling y'all. I don't care. This period more than any other, we should have been on it all the time. I will be the first to concede. We should have been on it all the time. But I get it. We live in a country that's supposedly bound by the law of the land, and so we, in our contortionistic self, will fit and mold into them spaces. But at the juncture that a convicted felon is elevated to the status of president of the United States, all the information that we need to understand that law is a construct that today does not even exist anymore. I am convinced that the reason that I have not made my breakthrough is because I have been too compliant to the legalities of the world. Bitch need to be a criminal. I got to figure out what my criminal nature is going to be. What law breaking apparatus am I going to jump both feet first into to corral my wealth? I've been going about this shit all wrong. That's what I've been doing. And Trump's presidency was just there to remind us all that we've been going about this all wrong. If you can look at all of your presidents and know that every single solitary one of them, that the origin of their familial wealth was an illegal economy. We don't have to talk about the ones that are descendants of slave wealth, because that was legal. Just actual, based on their laws, illegal economy. And all of them have their roots in their wealth in an illegal economy. They don't even hide it. Don't even front about it. What was the name? Who was that sang that song? Was it Judas Priest? Was it Judas Priest? I think it was Judas Priest. Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. That's the type of shit I'm on. I gotta figure out what my my alter ego is gonna be. I gotta figure out what my alter ego is, y'all. We gotta figure out our alter egos. You understand? We gotta take lessons from our president. And when somebody steps to us in an attempt to hold us hostage under the auspice of that we broke the law, we ain't broke no laws. Our president told us that today is the day that it's okay for us to break the laws. Let's purge out this bitch. And the only people victimized is those who still believe the myth. That's what the president told us when he got elected. Hell, the first time that's what he told us. Let's purge out this bitch. But I'm only speaking to a specific crew. So if you don't know, that's just shame on you. Now we know. Now we know. So we got to figure out what our alter egos is so we can get out here and get it. If you want reparations, bitch, you better go out here and get it. If you want your reparations, you better go out here and get it. And that's all I'm going to end on that. But I thank you for that reminder, my dear. I do. I thank you for that reminder at the end of this here night about the origin. But this thing about the hourglass picture and Epstein's birthday book, listen, because I'm going to forever tell y'all, I don't think Trump is stupid. I think Trump is a psychopomp. I think he plays the fool. He plays the clown. He plays the role he is assigned. And the role of clown, the role of buffoon, the role of all of that bullshit is one role. It is to have you let your guard down. The role is to make you vulnerable by letting your guard down, to make the facilitation of the extraction of what is needed from you easier and without rebellion. You psychopomps serve the role of playing the fool, playing the boo-boo, playing the I'm just laughing and joking and I'm just being a stupid, ignorant. Y'all did it with Biden. The whole time Biden was in office, y'all did that shit. He would stumble around and he would do this and this and this. Oh, and then y'all would fall right in line. Oh, poor Biden, poor Tink Tink. He too old to lead. He just needs somebody. He just needs somebody to come and take care of him. And so what it did was lower your defenses. So you don't see Biden as the maniacal war criminal that he was during his administration, and he was. You don't see that. What you see is old Tink Tink stumbling around, feigning like he's feeble. What was all that bullshit he did. And then this last year, when what was it? It was I think it was right as the year was ending. I think it was October, where there were some electoral primaries in Texas where, quote, Democrats was sweeping all these seats in Texas. And at one of the victory parties, they had old rickety Joe Biden, feeble. Oh, he poor Tink Tink, have his ass do a speech at one of the victory parties, and he's regular old 1991 strong talking Joe Biden, ain't miss a beat, ain't slipping the speech. Well, what happened to old rinkety Tink Tink in 2024? Oh, he's so feeble. We just have to turn over the nomination to Kamala because he's so weak and he's so feeble. But he got right here in October, and we just have to doing all that shit. Good old. Now he made a bounce back, didn't he? Because they stay playing in y'all damn face with that dumbass shit. And I'm telling you, I'm the only one up on here on Al Gore's internet. On Al Gore's internet. I was like, is that why they call it algorithm? Because for the first few years, for the first decade of the internet, that's what we all called it, Al Gore's internet. Like algorithm? Like, did they do that on purpose? I'm up in here tripping yesterday. I said, no. Because I was trying to remember. I was like, damn, what did they used to call it? What dude was it? Al Gore. Everybody used to say that shit. Anybody else remember that? That's my age. Anybody else remember that? Because Al Gore made the statement that he owned the internet. And people were like laughing him out of the park. Like, what is this? What is he talking about? Because he was doing his whole save the world thing. Like, I'm going to, he became all of a sudden out of nowhere an environmentalist. I'm going to save the world. I'm going to save the environment. And then he made some statement or some speech where he said he owned the internet. And so it was like the running joke. Everybody used to say, oh yeah, on Al Gore's internet, on Al Gore's internet, And then just yesterday, I thought about Al Gore. I was like, that's what it was. It was Al Gore's internet. I said, Al Gore. I said, did they do that shit on purpose? Like, I know the word algorithm has been around since the age of Persia, the age of the height of Persia. But like, am I tripping? This whole thing about them calling it Al Gore's internet under the auspice of laughing at him, whatever, because he was the vice president for 2 terms. I'm like, Al Gore's internet plus his wife was really, really, really impactful. Anybody remember why his wife was so impactful? And we're experiencing it right now in real time. But this is way back in the 90s, the late 80s, early 90s. Why was Al Gore's wife so impactful? Anybody remember? Nobody? Y'all all so young. Y'all probably wasn't even infants in the 90s. Y'all probably wasn't even a glimmer in your mom and them eyes in the early 90s. The reason his wife was so significant is because she led a nationwide movement to censor music. She is responsible for right now why you have parental advisory lyrics on like the stickers on if you purchase, in your hand, if you purchase CDs, DVDs, whatever, the parental advisory, the black and white parental advisory sticker, she's the one that is responsible for that. Tipper Gore. Yep. So between the two of them things, Al Gore's internet, I was like, it can't be a coincidence because there are no coincidences. And then algorithm, the word algorithm becomes like the most commonly used, popularly used language in the age of the internet, but a whole 2 decades after this running joke about Al Gore's internet is not a coincidence. They did that shit on purpose. They stay playing in our faces. That's all I got to tell you is they stay playing in our faces. And so while they stay playing in our faces, I'm going to stay exposing their faces. You feel me? I don't think that shit is an accident. It might be a wormhole I go into. But anyway, good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. But I appreciate that thing on the drum thing. I'm about to go and send me, as a matter of fact, Nina La Negra, send me a link to the thing you just put in the comment section on drum and the hourglass picture and send me a link up via my email for that with that, please. That's some shit I'm about to be up on. All right, so I will see y'all tomorrow-ish, maybe. Because in my just so y'all know, the only other thing, because that came in tonight, is because there were no more questions. So I've covered all the questions. This is basically what I was getting to. So tomorrow, what I will do though is go back to the somebody mentioned Atlas, which I was gonna, but I was like, no, I'm not going to, but now I'm going to. So I'm gonna read this Atlas thing tonight, and maybe something else. Let's see. Yeah, it'll be something good. It'll be something good. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Let's see. I'll have a good one.